Ladies and gents, welcome back to day 2 of some exciting matches to go as we are here for more Clash of Giants, as this is Season 5. Joining along with me is Sir Cloud, as my name's Contro, as we bring you through the course of the evening with a whole lot of action-packed goodness. So yesterday, Sir Cloud, you managed to get some great predictions going on for the very final match, and we've definitely seen some great surprises in store for us in these massive groups.
Yeah, got 1 out of HK Murderers, so that is 1 point for me. Yay, finally above production, because production is always the predictor to beat. And yesterday also we saw a lot of amazing action as well. Alter Ego, they scored the first 2 chicken dinners and it was back to back. But after that, they kind of went a bit cold. So I wonder if they'll be able to come back. But nevertheless, it's about being in the top 16 anyway. So as long as they don't drop out of the top 16, they're fine.
True enough, and there's just so many big names out there, and to my surprise, like we take a look at certain big names who are still not really getting that many points heading into day 1. Day 2 might just be a better day for them after they assess the situation. So names like Team Falcons, I'm pretty sure there's also some fans coming for RQ Ryu, who are hoping that they will be able to make it out of that very final page. And that being said, each respective groups just have names out there, so I guess it's only natural when we have stiff competition going through the course of the evening. And for those of you guys who are joining in for the very first time, make sure you hit that sub button as well as hit that like button at the very same time, as we do offer a whole lot of exciting tournaments throughout the entire course of the year. Let's take a look at the roadmap for the Clash of Giants. We've already concluded day 1, but we start off with phase 1, which will be lasting till the 17th of October. So there's 27 teams separated into 3 groups as they play 6 matches per day, but each match each group only gets to play 4 matches.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having back-to-back action. That only one day that we will be having an off day will be on the 18th of October. Every day else, there will be Clash of Giants action. So mark it down your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, and the timing will be about the same where you're watching this right now, and of course, in the channels that you are watching. We do have 2 different languages. So if any of you prefer the Indonesian language, we have our Indonesian colleagues on the other side. But if you love us, do stay and watch and enjoy the English broadcast on our channel currently, as long as you lock in the dates and don't go anywhere from there. But speaking about going somewhere, the teams are going for the prize pool.
That's right. There's a whole lot of prize on the line. On the playoffs itself, it's already $3,000 to be won. Of course, the lion's share to be the team that claims that number 1 spot with 1,250. Meanwhile, in the grand finals, you got another 7,000. So there's just plenty of money to be won here, including the MVP titles, the Hit Hunter, and also the fan favorite player. I really do wonder who could that be. Are we gonna get some votes going or so? But we'll find out a little bit later on, because this is just day 2 of the tournament. There's plenty of days to actually count to see who will be the best performing player and the best performing team here in the playoffs.
Now, when it comes to the Vikendi bonus map, okay, so here will be the explanation, right? At the end of every phase, there will be 1 extra map that will be played, which is Vikendi, and it will be played by the best 16 teams in that phase. So phase 1, top 16 will play this map. And what is this map for? This map is to determine the bonus point system that will be used in the grand final. So as you can see on screen, if first place will get 10 points, second place 9 points, and so on and so forth. It goes all the way down to 16. 11 to 16 won't get anything. And that's the bonus point system for the Clash of Giants Season 5.
Yeah, I really do love this format, and I like the fact that it is fairly balanced when it comes down to the bonus points as well, that, they only get maybe 1 map to play out to see if they could be able to get that advantage. But heading into the groups, we have big names in Group A, such as Alter Ego Ares, Team Falcons, HORAA Esports, Vampire Esports, as well as the Saber. When we look at all these names, we know they are the very best at what they do, coming in from each respective region. And also, yesterday we've seen some great glimpse of action coming from the PEL region, such as THUNDERTALK Gaming as well as TIANBA, D+ Kia, as well as A1 Esports have also impressed in a couple of occasions, but THUNDERTALK Gaming, they've definitely scored that big chicken dinner in Miramar, and I'm hoping to see even more coming from THUNDERTALK.
Oh yeah, playing very well in one of the games. But other than that, we have RRQ Real, T2K Esports, HA Murderers who scored the final chicken yesterday, Boing Donkeys, and 4 Miracle Vibes that is so consistent. It's just a matter of time till they score their own chicken dinner. And right now, 4 Miracle Vibes, they are on number 1.
That's right, and they definitely worked very hard for that number 1 spot, despite not really getting themselves that chicken dinner yet, but eventually they will look to do so. Now, in Group B, we also do have FaZe Clan, Team Secret, Harame Bros, as well as DRX. I would still say that they're trying to find their own rhythm, where some of these names have not really gotten, the best of situations so far, because the early game is so rowdy with so many teams involved. And in Group C, I'm pretty sure we got huge fans of DRS as well as BTR on board for this one. And ASIA, they have definitely got some really good games going, especially towards the later stages of day 1.
Yeah, and we have Claw and Esports together with Starwood Esports. Claw, one of the, some people might say that they are the underdog team among all these giants, but well, HK Murderers has shown that they can bring home a chicken dinner. So who knows, Claw could take home today, one of them today. As we go through the squad rosters in Group C, we have Roy Esports, Alliance, TJB, and IHC Esports. Now, Alliance currently at last place. Hopefully, they have found their solution to whatever happened yesterday to perform again today.
Sure enough, and overall, we're definitely looking whether or not can they actually find something in return. Alliance have definitely had a really rough start to the tournament, only scoring about 1 or 2 points by the end of the run. But before we even get into all that action, I'm pretty sure that you guys would want to take a good look at the standings, which we'll bring up in a later bit. So that being said, from last we've checked,
anyway, it is all about getting into the top 16. Now let's check out who is our current overall MVP in case you missed yesterday's show. And right now at the forefront, it is Levi's from the Xavier.
Yeah, so many rounds that we've seen these Xavier play, they've always been able to claim plenty of elimination points, and he has been the main marksman throughout this tournament to score 13 eliminations. And just take a look at those big damage numbers. Currently at 2.4k, probably breaching more than 3,000 by the end of the run if they will have a decent record throughout the course of the evening. So who else will be on the line? We'll definitely take a quick look as Apex, IQ, Doc, as well as Rosemary is also gunning for that title.
Yeah, so these are the players that could potentially overtake Levi's. It's only we've only played 1 day though, so there's a lot of opportunity for Levi's to be overtaken. And if we look at like the some of the points or some of the stats, they're not too far away. Everyone's average damage is about 500-ish. Levi's is an early 600, so that's one indication, and so on and so forth. Now, if we zoom in only onto fragging, Levi's is still in front, but behind him is Apex. Same 13 eliminations, just that the tiebreaker is given to Levi's because of the damage, followed by Jay from THUNDERTALK Gaming with 11 eliminations, and we have to have Rosemary up here with 9 eliminations, and we have a Doc with 9 eliminations as well. 4 Miracle Vibes, 2 representatives up here.
Yeah, they have been performing exceptionally well as a duo, or should I even say the entirety of the 4MV squad has been looking very lethal. So far, Rosemary has always been the staple name coming out of Alter Ego, but we've seen a lot of glimpses of Octa being involved as well to supplement a little bit more of that firepower towards Alter Ego Aries. So it definitely will be very exciting to see what will happen later on. Now, we're looking at the current top 9, where 4MV is holding that number 1 spot with 52 points. Following closely is Alter Ego at 2nd spot, while HK Murder, with that last chicken dinner of yesterday's run, they are following closely at 3rd spot. The Xavier at number 4, and THUNDERTALK will make up that top 5. But we take a look at the rest of the pack as well. They're absolutely catching up, especially SI as well as Boing Donkey.
Yeah, it's great to see 4 Miracle Vibes, no chicken, no problem for them to be at number 1 because of their massive eliminations. They caught up to Alter Ego, as Alter Ego went cold at the second half of our day yesterday. Now, on page number 2, we have some names here that are familiar: DRS, BTR, Vampire Esports, but the points are not big when it comes to the gap. So one good round could still shoot them up to page 1 easily and could put them in contention for the number 1 spot. But still, the whole idea is about being in the top 16. So A1 is currently the cutoff point for the teams, but it's only like what, 14, 13, 13. So it's only 1 point difference between like A1 and the teams below them.
Yeah, it's definitely not a steady place to be, considering that they've only concluded 4 matches and it's going to be another 4 to go. So on an average for teams to look for an overtake, perhaps they need at the very bare minimum 6 to 7 points per round in order to guarantee themselves into a top 16 finish. That is easier said than done, where we have seen even some of the finest team like Team Falcons struggling to even make a good round heading into majority of all these matches. So far, only with these 5 points. Alliance as well, only with a single digit. So we'll expect a steady climb coming from many of all these names that absolutely need to make their way to the finals.
Yeah, so we still have games to go. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, if you're fans of teams below there, they can do the comeback still. But we also want to give a shout out to our partner for this season, which is Gamibo. Thank you so much for being together with Clash of Giants Season 5. And if you're looking to top up your UC, here is a interesting promotion that you have to check out, especially for first-time purchasers. You can get a massive discount here to top up your UC according to the chart that you can see, and it comes with a subscription price, so you can get more value out of your money by converting into UC, getting your favorite skins. If you see something that you like that your favorite players are currently using, well, that's the best way to get it.
That's true. And if you guys have any form of questions, feel free to ask us casters on the virtual desk by hashtagging COG5 as well as hashtag Gamibo. And if you're lucky enough, we'll feature your comment on the live stream. So we've got a lot of interesting questions from yesterday from underrated teams, as well as the different play styles, what's distinct about all these teams. So you guys can go ahead and ask us just about anything, so long as you guys keep it PG for sure. So that being said, we'll start off with match 7 in Erangel. We'll be rotating between these 2 maps of Erangel as well as Miramar throughout the course of the evening. But what's going to be different here is that every 2 rounds, we'll be switching up the team rosters from group to group. So it should be a Group A versus B to kick things off with. And then later on, we'll see the Group C in action as well. So it's definitely interesting. Yesterday, I think it's been a good day for those coming into Group A, don't you think?
Oh yeah, especially at the start, we gotta still give it to Alter Ego that they can get a back-to-back ticket there. No other team has got that so far. But before we go there, of course, we're going to recap again these teams, Group A and Group B. We have Alter Ego, HORAA Esports, Falcons, Vampire Esports, DZera, THUNDERTALK Gaming, D Plus Kia, TIANBA, A1 Esports. And in Group B, RRQ, T2K, HK Murderers, Void Donkeys, 4 Medical Buy, Space Clan, Team Secret, Harame Bros, and DRX. So this will be the first set of groups that we'll be playing inside of game number 1.
That's right. And right now, it's time for us to go in for the predictions. And, you know, I got to catch up to speed as well to Sir Cloud right now. So I'm going to go with a very, very safe option. Since, you know, I let you choose first yesterday. So this time, I'm going for Alter Ego to kick this off.
All right. You think they're going to start it hot just like yesterday, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
Alter Ego.
Okay. Alter Ego it is. Let's see. I've been going around like the different regions, but the one region that I have not touched is going to be the Korean region. So let's lock in. DRX. Let's go.
I love this pick. We're seeing a lot of stability coming from DRX. They've been really hauling some points, and I think that they definitely will do wonders throughout the course of day 2. Now, I want to see what does production go for this time around, because we got a lot of interesting names heading into Group B. There are certain names that I really want to pick. Oh, there we go. HK Murderers. You managed to score from yesterday with this pick, and I've been saying that they have been that underrated team where not everybody in the world knows of HK Murderers yet, but from yesterday's chicken dinner, they certainly have made a name for themselves.
Yeah, and basically, if they score the chicken dinner, technically they are a back-to-back chicken dinner winner. So that's going to even up the record with Alter Ego. So that's a really interesting pick there by production. Okay, he's going to go, I wouldn't say at this point unorthodox pick, right? Because they just scored the chicken dinner and they are like, what, now number 3. So you can't say that that team is like an unorthodox pick, it's out of the box. Now, right now, HK Murderers, they are in the box. So it's a solid pick by production there. It's just that for them to score a back-to-back, technically a back-to-back, well, that's going to be something of a record.
Yeah, I do have like my second and third options out there, but I will consider some of these options to be very risky picks. You want to hear my thought on this? These Saber, they've been doing so well. They're also in the top 5, but right now there's HORAA Bros versus them inside of Pochinki. They have yet to settle the scores. We've seen it from Scribs, we've seen it from so many of all these tournaments, and I wonder, by the time comes PMGC, will they still be fighting over Pochinki? That is the big question.
Yeah, we don't know, right? We don't know. Maybe this is the time for them to try to stamp their dominance, to see like, okay, how many wins out of how many games when they fight inside of Pochinki, and then they will kind of decide by them when it reaches PMGC. So that could be the case, right? Sometimes teams just want to do that, like doing the off-season tournaments or doing scrims, just to try to like tussle for that. But when it comes to the main tournament, for the most part, they let it go. But we have seen cases that a brawl is brought to the main tournament as well. So that is something that we want to look forward to. By the way, the group draws will happen within this weekend. So we also need to see that whether they are in the same group or not.
That's true, and with all these sort of changes pertaining into all these group draws, as well as when it comes down to the finals, we'll say goodbye to almost half of the teams here. So it's really about getting the upper hand up against all these other squads out there. For the time being, I would still say, back towards the conversation about DX, they are in a primarily safe spot, at least for now, because of being in the top 5. But if they were to have any slump at all, very quickly, I will expect teams to slowly go in for overtakes games after games. And also keep in mind, there are certain games where they will take a break. And speaking of the game, we are about to start map 7. So let's hit right in for our first match of day 2 in the Clash of Diamonds.
And here we go, game number 1 of day number 2. This is where they'll continue to collect points, and tomorrow will be a sprint for us to determine the top 16 that will be playing in the bonus map of a Big Candy. I'm sure the players would be interested to play that, because not only it provides starting points in the grand finals, but also you want to have a bit of a throwback moment.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, for those who are wondering, what exactly are these bonus points for? It's not only just for the hit star point, it also for them to stamp the mark heading into the second part of phase 2. At least certain teams that have done very well back in the first phase, they will have at least guaranteed some extra points to be having an advantage to those who have not scored just yet. But when we take a look at this flight path, it started all the way from the north point of Stalber heading to the western end. So this is going to absolutely cut off that entry into the islands.
Yeah, so so far we have seen like 2 teams dropping into mid to the base, which is normal and understandable. One in mid to the base and one in noble. Let's see if anything will change. I'm looking at a potential clash point up north. HK Murderers and T2K really close, but this is going to be a 50-50 circle at the start. But the fight inside school, we saw that yesterday. We're going to see that again.
Oh, yes, indeed. And it's going to be D plus Kiel once again fighting directly in that very same apartment where they've dropped. And it's going to be RQ that comes up ahead, already taking down 2 of these players and leaving only Fabian all alone. So I'm not too sure of his chances. Does he have the shotguns available? And the rest of RQ should be storming into that same direction where he's currently hiding.
Okay, Fabian fires back, but he got knocked. So the teammates on the other side. Nobu is there, but Nobu got one. Okay, that's Nobu taking out the Snape. Let's see if we can pull off a big clutch here against 3 players from RRQ. It's a tall order, but then again, we have seen those kind of things happen before.
True enough, but not just yet for the Clash of Giants. And I'm pretty sure somewhere in between the entire course of day 2, we'll get that clutch moment. It might just be right now for Nobu. Shots fired from this direction, which is why we're getting the rest of these members of RQ to be on the check. The Pekko might have actually had that idea, as he's currently being named Zwing. Great hole with the S12K. I don't think that he knows just yet. Oh, he was a couple of shots, but he will still connect. That's going to be 2 points to be secured, but not just quite yet. Here comes No Mercy. He's going to go in for the shots as well. Oh, he's doing it. One more shot is all it takes to eliminate the entirety of RQ.
Oh,
and indeed, Sir Cloud, like you said, the clutch factor comes in for D plus Kia, and it's all done by Nobu.
Well. Unexpected U-turn here by Nobu to take out the entire RRQ. 4 points in the back, and he continues to survive. But I can't say the same for Jappy. But nevertheless, the Nobu moment. Man, what a game he had. We're only in game number 1, and we saw a big clutch.
I can't believe my eyes. I mean, the rest of RQ. I got big questions on what really went on, because that looked a little bit sloppy. And speaking of a little bit of a tough ordeal, it is going to be Team Falcons that will be able to score 1 against TIANBA. Mighty taken out. But yeah, going back to that again, with 3 members advantage, I just couldn't believe that they did not really secure it up against Nobu, who's been tagged up already.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, if you focus fire onto one person, like, you just rush in together.
Well, of course, we continue on with the flow with Rick actually turning it up against FaZe Clan, securing that knock, or should I say a takedown, as a matter of fact. Rame Bros, they will commit to this. They lost Jappy in the earlier process when they were trying to move out of ruins, but it's still going to be a tough one for the rest of Rame Bros. Doesn't seem like they do have those vehicles. Speaking of which, save comes into effect. It's going to be Mel that tries to go in for that rush, and it will be Essay that comes in with a quick wraparound to take down Rick, as well as having Federalist to be dealt with from, who was that again? Silly. I absolutely forgot. Oh boy, we'll get back to that.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. Need to have a good look at this picture again. But while we're having a good look right now, it's going to be range eliminated. Harame Bros, number 16, 1 elimination point. So not the round they were hoping for, but nevertheless, because of their 1 second yesterday, they're still in page number 1. Move over to Vampire Esports, around the area of Quarry from Primos. So you need to travel into the circle towards the right side of the map.
And they've already had a great setup right between the trees right now. Newsy tries to line the shots, but not really connecting all too much. TIANBA now finds him by the corner of the tree, and they want to rush right through. Immediately rams towards Newsy. That could easily secure it. So TIANBA, despite losing Mighty very early, they at least get something in return.
And D Xavier getting something in return as well. Knocking down SOS from DRX. Saisei is on the other side, sends a nade across. Parajin opens the door. Ooh. In fact, 2 knockdown. Now Hyunbin comes to back up Saisei. Going up against the 2 players of D Xavier. And Parajin with his own nade. Chua as well. They kind of have cornered the DRX into the building. Now, they should be on the 2nd floor. So it's going to be more of a frontal fight later on. Although this nade did connect to Saisei, but it's not enough to knock him down yet.
Yeah, they could be able to still hold on. I believe that's also Lambo on DX that's also joining in rather late. Human now being naded off, but there is also a little bit more of a trade back as the knock connects towards the side of Parajin. So the save will come true. Another perfect nade toss by Chua, and this one will just seal the fate of DRX rather early. So, guess you gotta try for the second time coming with your prediction moving into later games. And here comes Falcons.
There goes my prediction out the window. But Falcons, okay, not the best of day yesterday. As of now, they've only collected 5+1 points. They are at second last place. Last we checked yesterday, that is. So they need to make a big comeback here today. But so far, so good for them. They managed to score 1 elimination point and still a full team in the circle. So they're fine for now. But if the circle goes down to main to the base, that would be really fun. Yesterday, we saw a similar circle, and during stage 2, it actually went to the main peninsula. So it wasn't that fun. But this time, if someone pulls down south, they'll be awesome.
True enough, and I think that a lot of these teams, they don't want to overcommit to the island. They just really want to wait for this base to be able to make that decision, which is why you see so many of these teams waiting by the corner of the shores, great spray going through, and yes, indeed, it will end up into the mainland alongside the areas of Milta as well as the Lumber Hill. So there's still a lot of playable area for majority of these teams. While the fight all continues, it's going to be DX that managed to strike one. I believe it's Lambo that's currently on this name DX. So it's going to be same old, same old. 4 points already secured by the Savior.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. Yeah, it's Lambo there. Okay, at least, yeah, his name is made quite clear. I mean, his picture or his appearance is made quite clear to us. Okay, players being players, as usual. They like to change their names during off-season tournaments, which is absolutely fine. I mean, even Murders that's currently knocked is actually top. So that's one as well. Now being picked up by IC. He'll be back up. No other challenges, so they'll be back as a 4.
Yeah, it just takes a while for them to really gather their thoughts on how exactly to go for this really tough rotation, especially with so little space remaining around that mainland. Certain teams will have to cut from the island across the bridge, which could also be another tough situation for them to deal with later on. But for Vampire Esports, they take the safe way route, moving into Pachinki Hills and then emerge from the north point. So that could be giving them a little bit more play for the meantime. So Vampire Esports yesterday wasn't really the best of rounds. We've seen, Newsy having a little bit of snooze as well this time. Also getting taken out early, so he definitely needs to get himself warmed up a little bit more, while FaZe Clan has already claimed 5 to be the other Thai team who's currently having their engines running hot.
Yeah, for some reason, Vampire Esports, when it comes to off-season tournaments, they don't really perform. It's as if like, we just want to take a chill pill, we just want to relax, or they're trying something new or something like that. But when it comes to the main tournaments, they turn up as Vampire Esports. So for fans of Vampire Esports, if you're concerned about the performance during the off-season tournament, don't be too concerned. It seems to be the pattern of Vampire Esports. And I believe that some of the other teams kind of do the same as well. Just like what Falcons is. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the world, so we can't discount them. And let's see if Top can actually get this knock. It's quite ambitious. If he's able to get it, it's going to be something. But nope, it's going to let it slide past by.
Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of long-range exchanges coming from this area. And there's a lot of truth in what some of these teams, when their stakes aren't as high as, a couple of $1 million on the line, like their mindset actually shifts a whole lot. So they definitely love to still take home a lot of prize money. So probably they're just aiming for a qualification into the finals, and then you'll see the serious sides coming out of Team Falcons, coming out of even Vampire Esports, to say the very least. Now, speaking of Vampires, they're not too far away from the zone. Unfortunately for HK Murderers, they're not off to a good start this time. 0 points on 14th position. But who can really blame them? There's just about, 18 teams to start off with, and we're already taking a whole lot off the list already. My Noise now gets a hit onto Chua. The Savior, they're really guarding off the corners of the map really well.
Yeah, so far so good for the Xavier. I'm sure they'll be able to get into the circle. They're not too far away. If you look at the minimap down south, pretty straightforward entry point for them after this pickup. On the elimination feed, Ignis from T2K just got eliminated by Jie from THUNDERTALK Gaming, the top fragger.
Yeah, THUNDERTALK so far has been a clinical finisher overall, and they're in a decent spot to really hold out, but certain teams are definitely looking to contest them for that compound. So that being said, T2K, they're holding by the corner of the staircase. The nades are flying through, and that was just sublime coming in from King. Another clean toss, and it's gonna be Rules trying to at least salvage the situation, toss another grenade, try to flush out these members of THUNDERTALK Gaming. While we see upon arrival, for Miracle Vibes, they're climbing up the hillside, so T2K, they gotta wrap up this fight real quick.
Go trying to manage King at the same time. King making his rotation towards his other teammates. On the high ground, we have Kanza. Putting pressure back onto THUNDERTALK Gaming inside the building. Can't get a good clear shot since they are shielded by that building itself. T2K, they still share the same area together with them. But we move over to Formidable Vibes now. So Formidable Vibes, another angle on the THUNDERTALK Gaming. They are surrounded.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that climb coming from Miracle Vibes, and that's the reason why these two teams cannot stay put for far too long, or they have to wrap up that fight, because Baron, they're within that striking distance, like you said. Doc as well, they're also swarming through because they know that there is weakened side of both T2K as well as THUNDERTALK. So this is a great opportunity for 4MV.
Yeah, let's see who will get the elimination points though. Could it be 4MV getting all of them together? Those depend on circle as well. And they are not too far away by the edge. So there's a chance that stage 4 will not favor them. Okay, we get a confirmation here, ladies and gentlemen. Circle shift, and it goes to the left. So no circle at all for 3 teams.
Oh boy. And for MV, they made that hard shift hitting into the very corner and now find themselves pretty much secluded into that outer area. And with that rotation, you might even see them actually going up against Team Secret, and there's just a lot more to do for Miracle Vibes, meaning to say they will have to take a lot of these battles to actually get right through. It's going to be Mel that finds Levi's, so we are going to get that big fight going through. It's FaZe Clan so far showing up to the challenge against the most aggressive team in the lobby right now. DX already has that 8 points, and I wonder if they're going to be stopped there by the rest of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, so let's see. Right now, we move over. We'll check out on FaZe Clan later on, because right now it's going to be Formidable Vibes still not letting them go entirely. But actually, they have most of them has actually moved. Only Doc left. So leaving now THUNDERTALK Gaming and T2K with each other. No circle. Both teams not letting go. And let's see who will win this fight, because THUNDERTALK Gaming, they have 3 players versus 2 from T2K. Numbers wise, they have the advantage, but they're not really making those moves yet, probably because they are also aware of the presence of Formidable Vibes around earlier.
Yeah,
there you go.
They can't afford to take too long as well. They do get the knock going across, and this is where THUNDERTALK Gaming, they see this opportunity to just swarm right through to further weaken the sides of T2K. Couldn't really find anything through the smoke, and finally Quiet arrives to the scene, but being barricaded by all these vehicles, and while they have to actually take all these shots, and they manage to lose the fire back. Panther doing it well enough, hold them back. But how much longer could they basically hold out the rest of these members of THUNDERTALK Gaming? Because right now, they will strike right back, and they eliminate THUNDERTALK.
Oh, THUNDERTALK Gaming, they lost to 2 players of T2K. Formidable Vibes, however, I want to see if they're interested to continue to block them out. And looks like they kind of are. We have Apex here waiting for exit frags. Rules together with Kanza. I wonder if they're still aware about the presence of Formidable Vibes. But Formidable Vibes quite spread out. Some of them in the circle. They only sent 1 out. Just try to get those frags.
They were smart to actually go in for that quick reposition. They didn't really fully commit into that particular angle because they know that they're not going to be within the range of the next zone. So they are going to be waiting for this wrap up coming in from the rest of T2K. And perhaps that's where you will see them getting a couple of exit frags in that sense. Meanwhile, the rest of Void Donkey, playing across the high hills of farm. Mike has actually found some good angles against all the other teams out in the fields, while the rest of Formatical Vibes, they are looking rather dominant, holding on to this northeastern corner of the location, but they're going to be pretty much having the whole region to themselves. No passerbys for the time being. HORAA Esports have already found a lot more stability heading into this day 2 run, which is a good news coming from the Nepal favorites. Meanwhile, the Savior also found themselves in the zone alongside with the rest of Void Donkey, so we still have a fair share of SEA teams on board at the very same time.
The two Vietnamese teams with the circle. Looking pretty nice for them. Formatical Vibes. Again, the circle shifts away, so they have to move forward and they will meet up with Void Donkey soon. For HORAA Esports, they start playing as a full squad. They spot the movement on the other side where Formatical Vibes is at. And Sky tries to take down Apex, but it's just too far away. Anyway, they have to also manage the circle for themselves, and by them pulling the trigger, it actually gave the signal to Formatical Vibes that they're about to come out.
True enough, and right now they're just really holding them indoors. For Esports, find it difficult to really leave this facility, and the entire game, it seems like Formatical Vibes is just holding teams out, and that's a surefire way to at least score a point or two, and better yet, maybe find that full elimination onto that squad, particularly for Esports. As much as this compound gives them a little bit of cover, it's not going to be for far too long, so tough decisions to make. They already have a couple of vehicles to book out of that area of play. The Savior, they are taking charge of that central area, but they will have to hold out against FaZe Clan. Meow Meow, warming over on the bottom side, or that could very well be nonsense, as we do see the trade going through. It's going to be Lambo that gets taken down. Only Paragon left, and they are just fully exposed to the rest of FaZe Clan, as they will have the entire squad to be wiped away.
And Formatical Vibes still in the game. 2 elimination points so far, but they managed to get Mr. Borrow from HORAA Esports. That stopped them from coming into the circle as well. Another name will be sent across by Apex. Tries to land another knock, but it's going to be rowdy. They got Malik from HORAA Esports, so 2 teams aiming down HORAA.
Big Nate's now sent right in, and it's going to be the rest of Formatical Vibes to be charging right through. Baron lands that grenade. And what could the rest of HORAA actually do? They tried to get the members all revived, but one after another, they falter to the ground. Sky now hiding inside the smoke, and Formatical Vibes, they barely see a thing, but they will still get the points all secured. 5 points already, moving deeper into the top 5 round. And the rest of Formatical Vibes, they still have a majority of their members to work with. So here on the last stand, up against the rest of A1 Esports, they will not be able to even offer an exchange, but A1 have been able to get the best out of the situation.
But top 5 now, people. At stage number 5. So this round is running pretty fast. Formatical Vibes now up against Void Donkey, but there's also Team Secret Break beside them. They managed to find a way into the circle. Apex gets a knock on the Razak. Zeta is still there. One of the top players for Void Donkey refused. We didn't want to charge, but he notices the presence of Break at the lower ground, and Zeta will punish Dog for the distraction.
That's a big nade, and that has already hindered the approach coming from the rest of Formatical Vibes. Speaking of which, Break lands another blow, this time towards Baron, leaving only 2 more members alive. Look at the rest of Void Donkey and Secret working hand in hand, but it is going to be Apex to break the streak onto Break. And Bexy also managing to also land the mark. And they're just slowly gaining off the rest of Formatical Vibes. Woo! And that's going to be a drive-by coming from Razak. They managed to also spot out Baron as well as Apex. Void Donkey eliminates for MV.
And there has to be like 2 teams together onto Formatical Vibes to eliminate them. If it's a one-on-one, then well, Formatical Vibes have been doing so far so good. But anyway, Team Secret has made it into the top 4, but they have not made it into the circle yet. GK gets knocked by Potato from Void Donkey. And with 4 teams left, we're definitely going to see a new team getting chicken dinner. Now, coming back onto Team Secret, Max lobs a nade across. Land something out of this, but at the same time, they need to manage the circle. Zone is closing.
where they are going to be sending a few members onto it as well. They managed to also spot that member going donkey wrapping around the corner. So Break, he's not off the hook just yet. Has to deal with Potato, while Jiki has been crawling around his corner. Break is hoping to eventually win out the trade, get the revive done, but the nade is being sent in to deny the point. A very desperate attempt, but also a very smart measure because he is not willing to take that risk to get close to Potato.
Interesting. Denied away the point. Let's see if they can get a point for themselves instead of any other points being denied away for the hands of Team Secret. Break from the lower ground fires on the Void Donkey. Not able to get a knock. The other members of Team Secret, they are in the circle. Break, he has a marker, but still he has to hike up this hill. So it's going to be quite difficult for him. The presence of Void Donkey, but if Trunks in, helps him out, should be able to get out of danger.
Yeah, great sharp shots coming from the side of Trang as well. Now they have managed to clear off that section of the hill, and that team, by that very corner map, that has to be A1 Esports, is trying to pave a path, breaking down 2 members on the side of Void Donkey, and now it is all being cleared. That also allows Team Secret to dominate the northern section, and he's absolutely marking onto Max LV. What more can Hitman do? The zone is already approaching. He has to quickly make a run inbound, and the rest of Team Secret will be waiting at the edges. And speaking of waiting at the edges, it is also FaZe Clan that has been quiet the entire time, and now make their presence known.
FaZe Clan have control of the circle, but we have Drunk now. Spots out one last player of A1 Esports. That's going to be Hitman, and A1 eliminated down to the top 3 teams. FaZe Clan 3, Team Secret 3, Void Donkey 1. Good chance here for FaZe Clan and Team Secret to score the chicken dinner, but we're gonna get Night Noise here, firing back on the Max. Max circling around, gathering information, so now he kind of knows where Night Noise is at.
Also shipping him into a very, very dangerous health bar right now. Team Secret, they are feeling rather confident because they have the entire circle all for themselves. And if there's anyone else that's that Lone Ranger coming from Void Donkey, we've seen a lot of brilliant plays out of VD so far. But at this very moment, Vexy has to do it all by himself. I'm not too sure if FaZe Clan has any idea of his whereabouts, but Team Secret probably has a hunch. It's just that they're definitely more willing to take more of that space of control rather than to leave it pretty much bare out in the open. So FaZe Clan, how are they supposed to push through? It's going to be a tough challenge for them to eventually go in for that spread, despite having these 3 members on board.
Yeah, so they need to get pickoffs right now if you kind of think about it. Unless if Vexy can be the kingmaker. That's gonna be interesting though. Nobody's really putting attention to Vexy, nor do they know that Vexy is there and he has the circle. So potentially he could be the kingmaker. Now circle control wise, Team Secret in the middle of the circle, they're pretty nice. So pressure is back onto FaZe Clan.
How exactly do they want to navigate their situation right now? They did lob a grenade towards Vexy. I believe we've spotted him out already. So Vexy, he's just going to stay put and not be all too suspicious on this approach. I believe he's hiding inside that sports vehicle, which is why that majority of all these players, they don't really get to actually get that full glimpse as it's parked pretty nicely. Vexy might actually get some opportunities with the rest of Team Secret also closing through. And to my surprise, I think like most teams, when they do have at least 90% of the circle, they will try to push out a little bit more. Team Secret, they're taking the very, very safe approach. They're not willing to extend a little bit further to eventually zone out FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they really want the chicken dinner instead of taking the active approach. So probably on their counter, they must be thinking that, oh, there's 4v3. That could be the case, so that's why they don't want to make that active approach. They don't want to be overwhelmed. But Vexy finally spot out. Not yet, or maybe yes. He smoked up vehicle though, so not sure if Vexy's position is known. But anyway, what we're sure is that the circle still favors Team Secret, so big chance for Team Secret to take home the chicken dinner.
Yeah, meanwhile, it seems like they're not gonna let Vexy off the hook. I'm pretty sure Miramar has already spotted some movements out there, so Onsens just tries to eventually chip his health bars off. But Vexy, he's just like a rock, where 9 Noise says, okay, we've had enough. Let's secure that pointer out here. And there we go. So it's going to be that direct 3v3. One Donkey now at 8 points. Team Secret, they now have that full idea that this is a 3v3, and now we start to see a lot more activity coming from the Vietnamese squad.
And it is going to be a 3v3. By the way, that Meow Meow player is Mela.
Oh,
so,
right.
Yeah. I mean, again, players just being players, like to change their name. But for Team Secret, okay, on the left side, they spot 9 Noise. 9 Noise, no circle. Pressure still on the FaZe Clan though. Team Secret, they are in driver's seat right now, as long as they can take control of the circle, not allowing FaZe Clan to come in, let the blue do its work.
True enough, and I've been getting the names wrong so many times because of how many times they changed their names. But overall, we focus back into the action as they pop piles of smoke, try to cover ground, and eventually FaZe Clan will be choked out by the blue zone, which is why they're fighting all the way back. 9 Noise hits that grenade, and there is a chance that they can fight off against Trang. And Max LV, when is he gonna get involved? He's slowly crawling by the edge. He's supposed to join in the fight. So what exactly is he gonna be doing? Now he's going for that.
Go! Whoa!
Comes 9 Noise driving past, and now it's down to break this wall. Trang turn the clock around. SA goes in for that pummel, and it will be the full spray. And now FaZe Clan comes up ahead.
And looks like FaZe Clan is going to turn tides against Team Secret, but Max is still there. Anything can still happen as long as they have players. Max is full of a big clutch. Max is really low, and Max will be eliminated. FaZe Clan, they beat the odds to gain the first chicken dinner today.
And here we have it, ladies and gents. The Thai team to take the chicken dinner for day 2. Yesterday, it's been a really tough run, and today they finally found that perfect opportunity. And they had their backs against the wall. And honestly, Team Secret had all the advantage to actually choke them out, but they didn't pick those chances. So FaZe Clan, they pushed right through, and they fought hard for this big victory to be gained. And that's been, what, more than double-digit of points.
Yeah, that's 15 eliminations for FaZe Clan. So that's 25 points. I believe this is the highest number so far in our Clash of Giants Season 5. As of now, that is. So good stuff here. Although they scored 15 eliminations, but it's well spread across the team. None of them scored more than 1,000 damage, so it just shows teamwork at its best.
Yeah, and I'm just really surprised, like majority of them just goes for a very clinical finish. And for them to also play and wrap around the hillside, they have been meeting a lot of challenges, especially around stage 3 as well as 4, for them to really sort out some of all these areas of play. But eventually, when it comes down to how they've been able to secure it, I absolutely love that proactive approach coming from FaZe Clan. The moment that Meow Meow have actually seen a little bit of that movement, they immediately go for backseat, not really waiting for any form of chances, despite, there might be certain ideas coming from the side of Team Secret thinking, hey, it might just be a 4 versus 3, so let's sit back. I don't feel like that's supposed to be the case, where Team Secret just didn't really utilize all that opportunity given to them.
Yeah, I know, right? They had control of the circle, so could have been done better if you ask me. But yeah, it is FaZe Clan at the end of the day that they faced off with, and FaZe Clan, they are definitely one of the teams to look out for as well. Other than that, Voin Donkey and also D Xavier here as part of the teams to watch. And we're going to compare the head-to-head between 2 players from FaZe Clan itself. So we have, okay, just to iron it out, right, who they are. On the left is Onzens, which is, okay, on the left is 9 Noise, apologies. On the right is Mela, who's using the name Meow Meow for some reason.
Okay, now it's absolutely clear to me. So no more confusion, that's Mela. So in terms of damage, it's just slightly higher as compared to 9 Noise, but it was important for 9 Noise finding those pickoffs through that smoke, especially with that grenade. It opens up all that room possible, and he's gotten the most elimination points from FaZe Clan with that 7th corner out there. So magnificent stuff, as FaZe Clan are now up and running to also contend to be in the grand finals.
Okay, and this is Onzens. My goodness, okay. Don't ask me why S says. Okay, it's Onsens. Who's the MVP this time with 7 eliminations, 914 damage taken by himself. And among the other top performers is going to be Lamborghini, aka just only DX. And we have 9 Noise here, the teammate of Onsens from FaZe Clan. And we have Noble, who came up with a clutch against RRQ at the very beginning.
Yeah, that definitely has to be the highlight of the match to kick off our first game run here in day 2. But overall, we are starting to see the rest of the C teams actually thriving here, coming in from, you know, the late stage of yesterday's run, heading into the opening round of this evening. And within the top 5, we have so many names like Boing Donkey. Even D-Saber has been really securing plenty of points in this round, but we check out the rotation. FaZe Clan typically starts from that South Georgia territory. It wasn't an easy cut where you saw them trying to hold over the kill. Look at how many teams were surrounding them, and I'm surprised they managed to survive through it all.
Yeah, especially when they after they rotated, it's like there's still other teams like passing by, like D-Saber, as we can see here, even Falcons just on the northern side. And they took that approach. They actually got involved with the fight with D-Saber, if you see here on the map. Circle the ship a little bit, but it doesn't impact them too much. It does help the fact that there is a compound around the area that they're at, and they can just like take a pit stop there before moving into the next phase. Now, I would say that the bigger moment here is towards the end. Now, looking at this circle, yes, it's still FaZe Clan, but the next stage circle, I believe it's all in Team Secret. If we get a confirmation real soon, as a Team Secret, they play somewhere in the middle of the circle. Yes, this circle favors them. FaZe Clan doesn't really get the circle. Even the next phase as well, it still favors Team Secret. But still, FaZe Clan is able to overcome it.
Yeah, the entire time I was looking at Max LV, he was opened up that plenty of space for FaZe Clan to actually push right through. If he has guarded the edge of that circle a little bit more and maybe funnel a little bit more pressure up against FaZe Clan, the results could vary very differently towards Team Secret's favor. But, you know, I can't really cry over it because that was still played out very well from the side of Team Secret as well as Boing Donkey. But of course, the big winners here are FaZe Clan with the Chicken Dinner securing that 25 corner. And you saw so much activity through the map from the start all the way to the finish, where we have these decent distribution of points, even to the hands of Fermectal Vibes, A1 Esports with 8 and 7 points respectively, 4 for D plus Kia, plenty of teams with 3 points as well as 2. Unfortunately for HK Murderers as well as DRX, they weren't exactly off to a great start. RRQ somehow, you know, they secured those 3 points, but they got overwhelmed by that one individual coming from D plus Kia.
Unfortunately, the 2 teams that did not get any points is going to be DRX and HK Murderers. So that's mine and also production predictions out the door. Looking over some of the match stats. Okay, a bonus stat here for 9 Noise to be the longest eliminator, 345. So that's okay. It's okay to have your picture up. It's extra marketing for the players and individuals. Absolutely understandable. Now, when it comes to the overall rankings, now Formidable Vice is still at number 1. They had a pretty decent round until they were caught up by 2 teams at the same time. But they're still at number 1 with 60 points. Now, below them is going to be D-Saber with 51 points. Alter Ego. Well, we didn't get to see much of Alter Ego. So, 49 points pushed down to number 3. But it's still okay as long as they're in top 16.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised that they didn't manage to actually play the run as well. Heading into the second page, we see a lot of the teams that are in Group C, so they have yet to actually play their run. But we'll get them involved as we head into Miramar later on. So that being said, it'll be pretty interesting on how it all plays out. But Vampire Esports, they're also surging up, now up to 24 points alongside with Team Secret's massive second place run. Now they have pushed 9 positions upwards, moving closer into the top 10.
And here we have the following page. So, Alliance, they didn't play. So, to be fair, they couldn't add to their point. TJB didn't play as well. Falcons, they played, but they only managed to secure 1 point. So, they move up 1 placement up against TJB. But it's not TJB that they're worried about. The main thing is that for them to get into the top 16, so they need to have a good round for them to be in the top 16. At least if they can get that, then they will be at least in page number 2, which is somewhere above top 16. But nevertheless, 3 more games to go for teams like Falcon for them to find their footing here.
And sure enough, Falcons 1 point is not exactly what they usually score in these rounds. So that is 3 more remaining rounds for them to have a bigger impact. But we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you guys into Miramar.
Well, I hope you guys had a good meal, just like my buddy here giving me ASMR throughout the entire break. Welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 5, ladies and gentlemen. And we just saw Base Clan score the chicken dinner, and that is going to be their own first chicken dinner for the season so far.
That's right. And with that chicken dinner, you see they immediately surge up, moving closer into the top 10 overall. And I'm thinking that whoever needs to move into the top 16, they desperately are looking for that chicken dinner. That's a surefire way to just instantly put yourself into a good notion than to actually have plenty of worries. But there's still many games to go, so they just have to do it at a very steady pace than to rush for certain things. And I felt like perhaps certain teams, they were hastily making sure that, we can actually get all these points. You saw what happened to RQ. Even dealing with one player, they crash out super early. But you know what? The early bird gets the worm. And here, since you guys are early into the evening, you guys can get some good offers coming in from gamivo.com, as they are our UC partners, and you can see all the great deals that they offer. If you input the COG5 coupon code, you already get a discount, but for even more discount, you want to consider their smart subscription price, where the first time purchase comes in from as low as $6.50.
Yeah, thank you so much to Gamivo for being our UC partner for this season's Clash of Giants Season 5 and bringing these amazing offers to all of you out there, our loyal viewers of the Clash of Giants, and for all of you as well for being our loyal viewers. You guys stand a chance to be featured here on our live stream. All you need to do is type out your question, hashtag COG5, hashtag Gamivo, and you could be featured on our live stream. Your name will be on our live stream here with your question, and we'll be happy to answer any of your questions out there.
Absolutely. And I was missing a certain thing in the match where I was like thinking, there could be something that we missed out, and I kind of missed your question. So you guys get to pop all the questions out there and make sure you put in the hashtag COG5 as well as Gamivo, as we now hit right into our 8th match of the tournament. So it's going to be pretty interesting on how this one plays out. I think all of the Miramar matches so far have been explosive. Early rounds, we see a lot of names actually falter, and this time we get Group C involved. So we say hello to DRS, BTR, ASI8, Paul and Esports, STE, Roy, Alliance, TJB, and last but not least, IHC.
Yes, so they will be making their debut here inside of Miramar. So let's see who will get the chicken dinner. The team that got the chicken dinner early on was Space Clan. They're in Group B, so we'll surely see a new chicken dinner winner for today, at least in this round. Now, some of the teams, they're still kind of missing though, so a little bit worried for like teams like Falcons and Alliance and some of the other teams on page number 3, but that might change here. So that's why we are back at the prediction desk. So I'm gonna give this one to you.
Okay, so I'm going to yoink this away from production before they go for this pick, and it's going to be DRS. I think they look really good when it comes down to Miramar matches, and therefore, my vote is on them, and I'm definitely hoping that Sleepy X, they'll be able to really work things out heading into the runs of this evening.
Okay. This team, they've been doing pretty well, but the only thing is that in both maps, they always face a challenge. But I'm still going to go for them anyway. Let's see what they can come out with. Let's bring in D Xavier now.
Okay, let's lock that answer right in. It's definitely interesting. They've been doing phenomenally in Erangel for many of these rounds. Miramar as well. It's just that, there's that one certain fight that they couldn't overcome every single time. So eventually, the Xavier should be able to celebrate a chicken dinner, but maybe it could be now. So you get that extra pointer out there. IHC Esports from production. What do you think about this?
Well, go big or go home, they say. I mean, world champions. How can you deny the fact that they have this big potential of scoring the chicken dinner? Although they have not. But from the games that we're seeing yesterday, they do have some level of potential. And they are making their debut today. They're fresh. They come in with a clean slate mindset. They had a few at the lobby yesterday. They had that warm-up round. So this round, IHC seems to be a solid pick.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. So far, IHC, I'm still waiting for them to really show that true color of theirs overall, because, day one, we were expecting maybe a whole lot more. We did see a couple of fights that they managed to win. certain ones they were coming close to winning it at the very same time, but nowhere close to a chicken dinner just yet for inside of IC. So I wonder maybe today they feel a little bit more serious on really showing their true form.
Yeah, so it is the true form, the final form of IAC that we'll be looking forward to. So far, the teams from the same region, say, okay, Falcons, not that great. They need to find their footing. But on the other end, Four Medical Vice have been amazing. Even though they haven't got the chicken dinner, but they have been a great, no circle, no problem for them. They can still push through. The only thing that can stop them is two teams focusing onto them. And that is how they went out from the previous round. But if it's a one team versus one team, for the most part, they win fights. So For Medical Vice is still the team to watch out for. At some point, I believe they will get the chicken dinner. It's just that, well, it might not be important for them, but still, yeah, the gut feel is that at some point they will get their own chicken dinner.
Yeah, it could have actually been one of these rounds out there when we saw. So far, for Miracle Vibes has been looking so impressive on those fights. It's not your typical, oh, let's go all in and like take a close quarter combat. You saw they take off angles. You saw Baron was going for that big wraparound when THUNDERTALK as well as another squad was actually fighting in those regions on that past round. And they were so smart about it. I believe that eventually they were still holding T2K hostage coming from that long range as well. So for Miracle Vibes, they constantly becomes a threat to whoever they prey on. So that's the reason why they have remained to be one of the top seed out there, because their fights, they look very, very clean. And I guess like for them, they all their target is, if you win 3 fights, you probably don't need a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and they have like, what, 2 players on the MVP run? But let's see if they can translate it to the game. Let's go.
Our first visit to Miramar for day 2 of the Clash of Giants Season 5. All of this brought to you by our dear friends from Ruthless Esports, and also thanks to our UC partners, Gamivo. As you guys could also drop us some really good questions by hashtagging Gamivo as well as hashtag COG5. We'll start off from the Oasis heading into the quarters of Los Higos. So this is rather interesting. Still a very balanced flight path for a majority of these teams. So perhaps we don't maybe see that big crowd in Los Leones, but we've always seen drama happening inside of El Pozo as well as Picado.
Ooh, that's what we want to see. I want to see the drama. I want to see the early action. And because of this flight path, it could potentially happen. Other than that, Picado is also one of the hot spots. So far, we have seen multiple teams drop into Picado. Los Leones, as usual, you have multiple teams, and it's just a matter of whether teams want to challenge each other or not. So those are sort of the spots that we want to keep an eye on. Although Chumacera is also another contested spot too. Now looking at the drops, okay, I can see these headed to El Pozo, but no other challenges. Okay, so these will have a decent start at least. How is Picado? Picado, we have Roy there without face plan, so it's going to be an okay start. Circle is going to be kind of nice towards the right. But around the area of maybe La Bendita, I noticed that THUNDERTALK Gaming is overlapping Vampire Esports.
Yeah, that corner of the map where we have Minas Generalis that has been contested from the start. THUNDERTALK was the victors up against Vampire Esports the last time round. So this time, let's see if Vampire will settle the scores up against them. It's going to be DK this time striking onto ASI8, and they've definitely loved all these early fights. It's Noble once again drawing one of the first bloods of the match.
And it's going to be DK this time. They're back with a vengeance. But not to argue, this time it's going to be ASI8. 3 of their players early elimination. Noble played a bit longer. coming up with the big clutch against RRQ. And this time they strike back onto ASI8. Great start for them. 2 elimination points in the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, D plus Kia, they look so promising coming into these fights. When it comes down to that drop, I think that perhaps it was a little rather late for ASI8. So it has been a little tough since this has been ASI8's first game after all hitting to day 2. So they got to wait for a little bit longer to get into deeper action. But they still have a few members still surviving. So let's see what they can actually offer on the table. Well, from last night's action, we've seen this battle between TJB as well as IHC in the middle of Montenevo. Now, this is one of the most technical cities to play out for, and back towards THUNDERTALK, they once again strike down a member of Vampire Esports. It's going to be a long distance, so there could be recovery coming in from Vampires, but the rest of THUNDERTALK, they're not going to leave anything to chances. They will close in.
Yeah, they have a good record against the Vampire Esports. And with this advantage rushing in, Stone is playing this time. So Ravenclaw is the one taking a break. So let's see if with the inclusion of Stone, if any change could happen. As in like the results. And THUNDERTALK Gaming, they're not truly rushing all in. They want to like kind of surround Vampire Esports before maybe coming in from multiple angles.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart measure where no matter what Vampire Esports choose to do later on to move out of these warehouses, they will be strike down. Singh has got some good angles to actually work with, and they try to trade right back. Singh actually gets knocked down, but this time it's from DRS. From where? Oh my goodness! Behind that hill? Who could have actually spot Sleepy? Nobody at all. Not even myself.
Oh, zero knock. Right now, IAC in trouble, but Demo fires back. Didn't knock down the thing from TJB. One more Demo. Whoa, this guy is definitely not demoing. He is truly showing what he can do.
Definitely no killing test after all. Just holding down that doorway. TJB with a little bit of a sloppy push and now finds himself pretty much surrounded with the entirety of IAC waiting in the wings. He only needs to be picked up. Great jump shots though, as it connects towards Roguebot. So there is a lifeline run for the rest of TJB. Sai, or should I say CC, is cutting through the edges. So TJB, they would still have members to work with. So it's back to an even 3v3.
Let's see what will be the final outcome is. Because right now, they don't seem to be interested in letting each other go. Although they are not in the circle, about 600 meters away. And IAC, they have an exit choice. But still, they're here. Interesting. Want to collect those points or want to focus into get into the circle? Probably take a while before they decide. But on the mini screen, we still have Vampire Esports here. Probably still stuck with THUNDERTALK Gaming or maybe another team. Oh, okay, it's only Tony King. I believe that DRS is around the corner, so
yeah.
I wonder if they will rush into this abandoned church.
I believe there might just be a little bit more of that exchange going on in between Graveyard as well as Minas Generalis. But THUNDERTALK, they have definitely take a calmer approach into this situation after receiving that knock coming in from Sleepy, which they have managed to also secure those 3 points. So I guess we missed a little bit of that action going into that situation. But a great start from DRS. My pick heading into this matchup. Definitely looking very, very active in the midst of the field. Whereas the rest of Vampire Esports, they were happy that there was some contribution, but FALCONS, however, tries to rotate up above and Kill YT spots them out. So there's not going to be an entry point save for the rest of FALCONS to move through.
Well, so far DRS Gaming, 3 eliminations already, thanks to that long range shot. Oh, IHC, okay, Godless will be picked up. Okay, that'll be fine. But Zio now has 444 right in front of him, moves into the other building. And he also has a CC to deal with. DRSX has spotted one of the members of FALCONS. Another fight happening elsewhere too. 444 in the same building as IAC, now on the ground floor. He is alone and he will shoot, but he will not score.
Oh boy. Gotta say, decent attempt, but Zeal has been pretty much ever ready to take them on. TJB, take that extended trade, but to no avail this time around. I thought that, they had a decent recovery and they could have actually used that chance to just go in for a rotate, but both sides, they want to establish a little bit more dominance coming into future rounds of Miramar, and right now, record still holds for IAT.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, Falcons out the street. It is going to be DRS getting that free pick off Tama. Absolutely sharp. They managed to also spot out the entire Falcons members moving into the compound. So DRS, if they really want to, they can hold them inside of this compound for the longest time.
Oh, and they're surrounding Falcons. Look at this. On the minimap, there was spread. And Falcons, they are stuck inside this building. Now, it also depends on what happens in the next circle. San Martin, they might still be able to get stage 2 based on how we saw the last circle, or like stage 1 circle. But we'll get a confirmation soon in about 10 more seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Nevertheless, the high ground is now being picked up by BTR. But on the elimination feed, we have Alliance losing 1 player.
Oh boy. Alliance, they haven't seemed to get the better end of the trade, but they are out of Los Leones already. Wonder where the shot's coming from. Probably from the members of Anclaw Esports and perhaps Roy as well, as they were the closest teams available. But all these teams have to traverse all the way into the far eastern corner of the map. So some will have to take the long way route. Meanwhile, those who are in the center, they are taking firm control of the current situation. Falcons, they are within that circle, I do believe. But we last saw the rest of DRS were really holding them into these quarters, but Slippy now gets knocked down. Great shots coming in from top to be able to at least clear some space, clear a little bit more of that room. DRS now being halted back, especially with the presence of the Savior now holding into the high kill side. A little bit of trouble for DRS, so I think they will just give that space over back to the hands of Team Falcons.
And here we have Claw, okay, making their debut today. Let's see if they can come up with a good performance as well, just like all these other giant teams. So we move over to D Xavier, playing without Levi's, their MVP. And so far, so good for them. They are in the circle, no other teams to challenge them. But speaking about a challenge, TIANBA, challenged by No Fear from HORAA Esports and immediately eliminated.
Oh boy. It seems like the rest of HORAA Esports, they are interested in taking over this compound, giving a little chase to the members of TIANBA. And TIANBA just decides, it's not worth to risk your life over getting this area of play. They can still hide right beneath these areas of the slum corners. And it's still relatively early, so you don't really want to overcommit if you're going to be in TIANBA's shoes. But it hasn't been an easy run so far for the PL representatives. So far, not really receiving the points in this Miramar run. But we'll expect them to actually have a whole lot of offerings once more of these teams comes inbound. The rest of THUNDERTALK have finally decided it's time to leave Minas Generales, but we see so many teams waiting on the outskirts, ready to strike at any given moment. Falcons, so far, still on the cold streak. We got to find something in return, but right now it's going to be the Savior that continues to rally on up against the rest of DRS, and they're willing to commit to the blue zone in order to secure some potential points.
Yeah, and this is the style of like South Asia teams, right? They like to maximize their time in the blue, especially if they have the chance to lock out other teams. And this is exactly what's happening right now between DRS and also D Xavier. Killer YT, he has 1 first aid. It's not going to be much, but I'm sure they are ready for an exit plan. I mean, the circle is... It's okay. I mean, if they rotate from the north in, there's no other team that's going to block them for now. Also, we just see what's going to happen on the southern side. But before that, Zuxi from BTR putting pressure back on Falcons, and Kilo IT. Oh, Satai actually got icy. Yeah, no steal.
So many of these teams are actually fighting over the corners of Bandita as well as Minas Generales. They do have a leverage of high ground control for BTR. Falcons, they gotta really tread lightly here because it's a big wraparound coming from all the other teams. D Savior slowly getting withered down as DRS. They love playing the long game here in the blue zone, and the rest of DX, they're slowly running dry. Big nades now being tossed towards the doorway, might be able to land some chip damage. Chuan now being rescued. X, he's only got this final first aid kit, so he has to now make that move to push through.
Oh, this nade could be huge. Past the door. Bam. No knock still. Oh, amazingly. But now X, takes a bit of damage from shots. He's out of first aids. He's pretty low right now. I wonder if he'll be able to survive this. Looks like the answer is going to be no. He gets knocked down now, leaving Sharma alone as a final member of DRS.
He's already booking his way out of that situation. Meanwhile, Alliance, same situation, but not quite there just yet. Big nades will eventually take them down. It's really Kong and that will be able to secure it, but it's a decent effort coming from Alliance. They managed to score 3 takedowns. That I do believe were up against all the other players out in the field, but and Claw Esports, they are thriving in this round, not really having any form of damage being done to them other than this blue zone. Chama, though, he is on foot, playing in Miramar in stage 3, and finally he got a little bit of that vehicle to work with, so it's going to be a long hurdle, but I don't know how much resources has there left for Chama, while ASI is the next team to bow out.
Yeah, and E1 Esports still on the outside circle, making a long rotation, it seems. We do have a live comment. Oh, thank you so much to Risham 0069 for this question. Which is your favorite team from Nepal? Because we already proved ourselves in PMGC by, I'm not sure who bought number 2, but by number 2. Okay. Hashtag COG5, hashtag Gummy Boy. That's how you get your comment to be featured, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I have the most straightforward answer, and it's the most typical answer. It has to be DRS. How many times have we seen them qualify for PMGC and always make some really good remarks? You know, HORAA Esports has definitely been the up-and-coming team, and I do believe HORAA Esports will do very, very well in this upcoming PMGC. So what's yours, Sir Cloud? Is it HORAA? Is it, other Nepal teams, other than DRS, or is it also DRS?
Honestly, my first answer would be HORAA Esports.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right? No disrespect to other teams, right? But this year, I felt that it's the rise of HORAA Esports. It's like they came into my view this year, and the moment they showed up, like their first tournament, and it was through the Ruthless High Esports series, they came up big. And it was over time that, okay, they played their own PMSL and all that, and now they're in PMGC. So HORAA Esports is this like rising team, and they were probably around for like a couple of years, but this year is the most significant rise that I've seen. So I will put my money on HORAA Esports.
Speaking of which, they are currently in the midst of a battle being flushed over by A1 Esports, a very familiar opponent for them to deal with as they played in the South Asian PMSL. And here comes Sky now, pummels them down, holds them through the line. Rowdy also goes in for the exchange as well. Sky, can he win out this duel? There will be backup coming from Malik, but where exactly is he? As they will take this 1v1 duel. Rowdy on that high ground, not really getting the upper hand in this fight. There's a couple of all these bowl for them to actually cover grounds with. Is holding on to that UMP. Rowdy trying to overcome this situation, while HORAA has been able to go in with a quick recovery. Now they do get the shutdown onto Sky, and it might just be an advantage for A1 Esports.
Oh, well, A1 Esports, they did have this high ground advantage, but they're not done yet. And they also have to be aware of the potential income of the other teams. HORAA Esports still in the building. We do have No Fear here together with Malik, the duo that is within the circle. Still been pinned down by A1 Esports. Probably going to wait to the next year's circle till something big happens, because frankly speaking, if we're HORAA Esports, they wouldn't be the one to make the big moves. It might come from A1 Esports though, but we'll see what's going to happen here. Might as well wait out for the circle. It's about a minute more to go anyway. But speaking about the circle, IHC played on the outside circle. Demo got knocked down. It's going to be Mongolia versus Mongolia, ladies and gentlemen. Top against Joe. As Joe rushes in, Top is pretty low. He should be able to finish off the chopper. It's going to be a straightforward elimination by Joe.
Yeah, there was just no more space left for Top to actually play that out with. The Mongolian warlords definitely thriving in this one. IHC so far stepping up to this scenario. Despite them only left with one player remaining, they've already secured 6 points the highest eliminations in this lobby at the current moment. While Roy Esports have caught Claw by surprise, striking them from behind, and they have to rely on all these moves. But how much time can be bought right here? We finally get to see Silence in play for Roy Esports as they're looking to secure a little bit more wraparound coming from the southern territory. But there's also BTR lying in wait to somehow lands that grenade onto both Keymine as well as Poi. Beautifully done, as Roy Esports have paved a safe journey for them to just secure a massive victory.
And here comes the circle. STE and TIANBA, as well as THUNDERTALK Gaming within the circle. But look at around the area of La Bendita contra. Lots of teams there. Okay, we got a good view right now. What's happening? We got Roy Esports spraying inside the smoke.
What?
Doesn't hit the target. Claw fighting back, but from this side, it's going to be TUS. Getting a lot of pressure by the Claw. He's trying to find a member of Claw within the smoke, but not able to land those shots yet. He does not have the frag grenades. He's dependent on his sprays. Now Claw, they are trying to hold on to this as long as possible, reset themselves before fighting back on the TUS. But Zunos is going to rush, and it's going to be TUS with the final blow. Claw eliminated by Roy.
Oh boy, the fight is just ongoing. Fight after fight. This time it's IAC clipped by the corner. It's only going to be Zeal suffering the same fate as well as Top, right behind a buggy, being clipped by Bigatron Knights at the moment. A1 Esports, they already cleaned that 3-pointers up against HORAA Esports. HORAA only has 2 members remaining, but they are still holding, fighting tooth and nail. Over on the upper end of the compound, Nate's are remaining lopped right in. Mullins has got to dodge this big one. The match will also trade right back, but how long can he hold? It's only him against the entirety of A1. He finds one, and he finds another one in the back. Has to go for the quick reload on that DBS. And they're thinking about going for that pickup. So it's going to be a quick reset. It allows him a little bit more space for him to heal up. But he will charge through, and he knows where exactly. And that is that perfect double. They will turn the tides around. HORAA survives.
That's your On The Palace team, ladies and gentlemen. HORAA Esports. What a great move there by Male to win the fight, and they will survive. And right now, all they need to do is just to reset. He'll be able to pick up his teammate HORAA Esports back as a duo. As for DRS, another in the Palace team, down to only Shamar. On the outside of the circle, there are teams just right beside him, but thanks to the terrain, he's able to navigate through and get himself into the circle.
Oh, wow. So many clutch plays happening inside of Miramar right at that final moment of that shift. And HORAA Esports absolutely felt ecstatic about securing that victory up against A1 Esports. That was no easy task at all. But the moment that they decided to go in for that revive, that opens that opportunity for Malik. Meanwhile, Chama, a little unlucky. He tries to swing the other way around, expecting Malik to turn that corner. Malik once again shows up and it secures the 5th point for HORAA Esports.
Dude, Malik's on fire right now. I wonder how many more can he get playing as a duo now. Okay, it's going to be a bit more tougher now that we're down to 8 teams. But speaking about 8 teams, because of all the effort from Malik and HORAA Esports, now they're starting to collect placement points as well. So great job for Malik to be able to last this long and also win his previous fights.
Yeah, outstanding performance. He has to be the MVP if he secures a couple more right now. Power Gen, quick pickoff coming in from Jin. And that is a little bit of an off angle as well. Sharp shooting coming from THUNDERTALK Gaming once again. Now we see an update of the circles. ST is supposed to be inbound. And yes, they will be. Also holding one of the last compounds possible. It's only down to Tony K for Vampire Esports as he hugs towards the corner bowl. And you look at that split going on from TUS of Roy Esports. That might just be a little bit of pressure that they can put upon the member of Vampire Esports, while the rest of THUNDERTALK, they are well on their journey, being sprayed by TUS. So this will be a full charge up against Tony Cave, and he's hoping to actually secure this point first before THUNDERTALK does. THUNDERTALK does eliminate Vampire Esports, but now find themselves stuck in the shack in the hard place.
Yeah, stuck on the lower ground. But then again, the blue will force TUS to move anyway, so they'll be clear of the crosshair of TUS for now, that is. He'll join out together with his teammates on the southern side of the circle, and they will have a better entry in from there. And for Roy Esports, but since they know that THUNDERTALK Gaming is stuck in the shack just on the left side, You might want to try to find another angle to lock them out. As for inside the circle, Star with Esports, they have it. But look at the long range from No Fear. What a shot that to knock down a member of TIANBA.
Oh my goodness, HORAA Esports. Despite them crashing out at 6, you saw the kind of damage they do. Of course, that was the last stand. They were not really having the best of placements for the circle, but they definitely put in a tremendous effort, putting on a showing for all of us to see. Now, the top 5 consists of all the names above your screen at the moment. STE relatively healthy as compared to all other squads, but right now, STE, they're assigned to this battle up against D plus Kia, and they might just overwhelm them. 2 members being struck down. Quick, like lightning, and straight down to Fabian, also trying to flush him out of that position. Barely any health bars left for the member of STE, but they're slowly overcoming the tides here, sending 2 members to deal with Fabian.
Oh, whoa, what? Where did the shot come from?
Roy?
Sunos? Knock it out, Krida. Okay, probably was standing at the window and it became a clear shot from somewhere, that is. But STE eliminated number 5, no elimination points for them. As for TIANBA, Mr. Yovo? Okay.
YYOVO. That's what I call him.
YYO. Okay. Yovo. Okay, never mind. At least this one is easy. It's X Factor. Bringing the X Factor to the game. Well, TIANBA needs the X Factor though. They need to catch up on points.
They definitely do, and right now is the best time to do so. Here in the top for a very good chance for the Chicken Dinner. Now that they've already crashed Star Esports out of the game, or should I say, it was Roy Esports is actually taking them out. So, Roy, they got that good spread coming from the south corner of the map. Every team is taking each corner because you take a look at the direct center, it's flat ground terrain. There's only a couple of haystacks for them to actually work around with. So, these hay bales, sure, they can buy a little bit of cover, but it's not going to be for far too long. For Esports, they are going to lock out D plus Kia while they do have one member running out in the open. Also, was thankful that he survives the cut as he will also join into territory of the compound. Now the circle will shift, but it's not going to be too far off for TIANBA. But this is not exactly the right spot for them to really hold out. Meaning to say, they will have to quickly reposition and they will have to also assess where will be a good spot for them to hold out in the later stages of Stage 7.
And you know what? We have 2 PL teams in the top 4. Oh, this is the best performance from the PL team so far. But they have to wrap things up. Okay, here we go. Movement here by Roy. Oh, they're placed on the outside of the circle, but they're out in the open. Gotta be extra careful being shot at. Now that at least they have the vehicle together with the smoke to protect them. There's still another team on the outside though. But right now, Roy tries to manage a DK on the other side. D plus Kia, who's already in the circle. And it's actually THUNDERTALK Gaming who needs to find their way in.
That's true. D plus Kia backs against the wall, but at least they were already getting themselves much in the upcoming zone, while THUNDERTALK is slowly being struck down by the rest of TIANBA. Barely has any cover for themselves. THUNDERTALK, they managed to secure a chicken dinner yesterday in Miramar as well, but this time barely enough space for them to actually work around while the grenades fall right through. King getting clipped out, and TIANBA is starting to take on their familiar opponents coming from the PL region, while Roy Esports is also suffering the same fate. It is D plus Kia that tries to trade them back. Plenty of smokes now being utilized. King eventually will falter as Roy Esports looking to go in for the claim. Sunoa so far has been sharp on his aim today.
Wow, and look at this, Roy. They're on a rampage, 11 eliminations so far, and we did talk about them being one of the underrated teams. And so far so good. No caster's curse here, ladies and gentlemen. But nevertheless, THUNDERTALK Gaming on the mini screen chair is very low. You will be taken out by the zone, and we're now down to the top 3 teams. TIANBA, D plus Kia, and Roy.
I'm just so surprised by Roy's performance right now. They were hugging by the very edge of the zone, holding on to the top end valley, and now, despite them being flushed down, they are utilizing all these vehicles as a bunker at the moment. As the trades comes in from the side of TIANBA, they have also chimed in the damage up against the rest of THUNDERTALK. Now that they are eliminated, all the focus is on Roy, and that also includes D plus Kia. So these 2 teams are tag teaming against each other, up against the rest of Roy Esports. So what can Roy realistically do at this point in time?
Roy, pretty tough situation for them to be in. Probably move forward with the vehicle. The vehicle is still kind of active. Unless Tusk can get a knock. But NSL will continue to put pressure. Nevertheless, they still got X Factor. I wish he would have the X Factor to evade these shots by Tusk, but Tusk, such a sharpshooter. But it's taken away by Osa for D+K.
That's a great steal. Overall, it's bird's eye vision for D+K. All they really have to do is wait. And these two other teams by the corner map will be pressured. Also, once again, strikes back onto Sunoaz, picks him down, and also spots out NSL. This is just that perfect game being played out by D+K. They opened up their account from the early stage of stage 1, taking down majority of ASI 8, and now here they are, botting for that chicken dinner. NSL will be taken out by Roy members, so it's going to be that trade back, a steal for a steal. And Roy, they have a rock that they could basically hide underneath. So the backs are being exposed. Sunoaz eventually gets eliminated. So down to silence, and that tag looks phenomenal. YY, he has done just about enough, but the play zone will claim the final member of Roy Esports.
Now it's either D+K or TIANBA for the chicken dinner. It's going to be a 1v2 situation. Fabian together with Rosa are up against Yovo.
YY over.
Okay, YYO? Or is it YY? And then the OVO is like eyes with a nose.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So
Right.
we call him YY.
Okay, it's YY. There you go, there you go. But the blue is just right behind him. Nah, he's not going to be able to survive this. D+K. It's just a matter of time to declare the chicken dinner, and they will. Against YY, D+K brings it back home.
Beautiful execution all around as they were the kings of the field. This will be the first chicken dinner for the Korean squad as they have been able to battle not only the demons in the lobby, but have overcome all obstacles to eventually secure themselves this massive victory here in Match 8.
Yeah, here is the Oppa Gangnam style for you, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely, they got it in style with the two players from having to make a clutch in the previous round up against RQ in school. Now they come back here with a chicken dinner. This is a huge comeback for D+K. The fact that in the previous round, 3 of their players got eliminated very, very early. Now, looking over the numbers, they scored 7 eliminations this round.
Yeah, 7 is definitely no easy feat. We saw how the zone has definitely pressured all these teams from even getting a decent placement into these fields of play. And D+K securing that compound was their golden moment for them to dominate the entire rest of the field. They get that 360 view. They managed to shut off a lot of all these big names out there. And D+K, they've definitely worked this pretty much with all their members on board. Chips, I believe, was eliminated somewhere in the midst of the process. But Fabian, also as well as Nobu, we saw big plays, especially also towards that late game where he's been really sharp on nailing down players like Osel as well as NSL. So it has been a great work so far, and I am thoroughly impressed by the team.
And you got to be impressed with the other teams to watch as well. Roy, TIANBA, and THUNDERTALK Gaming. And THUNDERTALK Gaming having the least amount of full squad time as compared to the others. Roy, they scored more than 10 eliminations. In fact, they scored more points than D+K. So I wonder if they actually collected more points than D+K overall.
Maybe that could be the case, but Roy Esports, they battle at third spot. So maybe because of the placements coming in from the chicken dinner, D+K might actually force a tie or still come up maybe 1 point shy or even up ahead. So it really depends. So we have to calculate. But for now, we are comparing hit-to-hit records between two of these excellent members of Roy Esports.
Yeah, Tusk as well as Silence. He's definitely not quiet in this round. 5 eliminations for Tusk, 4 for Silence. When it comes to damage, Silence did a lot more work. 827 versus 767. In the assist department, both of them pretty much the same with 3 assists, and team contribution a little bit more towards Tusk with 41.67% and Silence with 33.33%. And Fabian is our MVP this round, hailing from D plus K with 4 eliminations. But look at the amount of damage that he put out, 924, and he did a lot of work for the team, lasting till the end to score the chicken dinner.
Yeah, he was in charge of flushing out these members of Stalwart Esports that was initially in that compound, and then until the moment where Roy Esports have also spotted that battle in between, he has held the ground well enough for them to really secure that best possible spot in the very final battle. So that being said, it was still Fabian that has done a majority of the damage as well, and also to secure those elimination points. So we see a majority of all these numbers coming in from Roy Esports. If you add both Tusk as well as Silence's eliminations, that's already 9 points secured. Zio, we see a whole lot of that fight between them as well as Team Falcons, where they got that upper hand until BTR came in swinging. So good effort overall. So when it comes down to individuals, they are still evenly matched as they're averaging about that 4 points, but Tusk is just one step ahead of the rest.
Yeah, and of course Silence as well as Joel is in here as well. Now we're gonna look at a recap of how D plus K scored this chicken dinner, and they drop around the area of La Benita, just on the south side of it. The first circle was on them, but actually they went to Impala. Okay. They probably wanted to jump into Impala, but then again, the fly path does not allow them a direct jump. But from Impala, the good news is that the circle went towards the right, hence they had the circle for majority of the time. Now, until this circle, they were by the edge, but they weren't really challenged by the other teams. A1 came towards them, but they didn't really push to D+.
Yeah, and the only benefit that they have gotten from this form of rotation is that there's no team surrounding them from the back, where majority of these spots were heavily involved in battles over the western corner map. You saw BTR, Roy Esports, The Saver, THUNDERTALK, you name it, they're all around that corner. So the moment where Roy Esports have to leave the high ground, that's where they get themselves into a whole lot of trouble. But it was still pretty surprising that they managed to last out much longer as compared to THUNDERTALK as well, where TIANBA, they have taken charge over the north, and by the time that it all wraps up, TIANBA was a little too weakened, but securing a top 2 finish, it was a decent record at the very least for the members of TIANBA.
And with that, they scored 17 points. Roy Esports, 12 eliminations, also 17 points. Okay, cool. They are on par with D plus K, followed by TIANBA with 11 points. So that's a double-digit club. Well, on the other end, Alter Ego Ares, 0 points. Hang on a second. Did they even play this round? I don't think them at all.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
They were supposed to play the first round as well, don't you think?
Yeah, and we didn't see them in the first round, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, maybe that's why. So ASI Esports, unfortunately, 0 points as well. Now, when it comes to some of the other match stats, so Mr. Lamborghini, as long as elimination distance, eliminated with 383.
Yeah, and that has been the longest one right now. Lambo is hoping to seize everything from the MVP titles till the Hit Hunter Awards. So 383 is definitely the number to beat. That this time we might not see that many troubles because everyone's in a long distance trade or too close of a CQC for them to actually utilize too many of all these trollables. So that being said, THUNDERTALK has been continuously climbing up the charts here. Now moving into the top 4 position, since that HK burgers are not in place. Same goes to Baseland as well as Boink Donkey. So we won't be having them securing all those points. So they are definitely looking to eventually leapfrog up above Alter Ego as well as DX.
And interestingly, D plus K, although they scored the chicken dinner, but they're not on page number 1. But at least they're in the top 16. Now at number 10, they go up by 8 placements. 34 points. Below them is going to be Harame Bros with 31 points. And Harame Bros, they did not play the Miramar match. They'll be back in the following match, and they can potentially overtake D plus K, because D plus K, they will be on a break in match number 9. Other than that, the benchmark right now is going to be Team Secret at 26 points, just at number 16. But on page number 3, where nobody wants to be at, Alliance is still here.
Yeah, it's a tough journey for Alliance. There's still more to be done. I would still say that they will still need more games to be able to make top 16. Meanwhile, we've seen some much needed points coming in from IHC Esports now, at least tying the knots with DRX as well as Anclaw Esports. But we'll see what more can they do as they prepare for their round and Erangel up next. So there's still a lot of opportunities out there. So it's really down to who's going to be able to really make the most out of those situations. HORAA Esports will be going on that break. So maybe either one of these teams coming from 20 to 22, who's currently sitting on that 17-pointer, they will fancy this perfect opportunity to make an overtake.
Well, let's see who will take the perfect opportunity, because we will take the perfect opportunity now to go on the break, ladies and gentlemen. When we're back, it's going to be game number 3. So we'll see you guys in a bit after this break.
Welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 5, and we've just witnessed another massive victory, and this was the first chicken dinner for the Korean region overall here in this playoff stage, and it is none other than B plus Kia that's riding on that momentum of the massive plays coming in from their individual playstyle.
Yeah, and with a 2v1 situation against TIANBA, they wrap things up to score the chicken dinner. So what a way to get their chicken dinner after a clutch but also sad start in their first game. But hey, they're going to take a break after this, so we're going to roll the group. We're going to see A versus C in the following round. That also means that we're going to see the reintroduction of FaZe Clan. Let's see if FaZe Clan can be the one that gets a double chicken dinner back-to-back, because that's something that we want to see if another team was able to do that, besides Alter Ego, who did it yesterday. And speaking about doing it, you guys can do it here with Gamivo to top up your UC.
That's right. You can get some massive great deals if you guys are first-time purchases, or if you were to subscribe to their smart subscription. So that is a massive discount. Or, you know, if you just really want to try things out, you could also utilize the COG5 coupon code. That info that's necessary is currently in the live chat, so make sure you check out the link in that description at the very same time. So that being said, you can just save so much money by just signing up for all the deals out there while you are looking stylish in all the matches to be played in PUBG Mobile. You know, you can subscribe to the Royal Pass with all these top-ups as well. And not forgetting, you can always ask us questions. Keep those questions coming. You know, maybe we might feature more than just one question. So all you have to do is ask away by just putting in the hashtag COG5 and hashtag Gamivo.
Yes, be part of the community, ladies and gentlemen. Be part of the live stream. Immortalize your name in it. Screenshot, send to your friends. It's a flex. Put out the questions. We love reading your questions here on the broadcast. So come on, people. It's your chance to be featured here. Put in your next question. You can start thinking about it. You can start putting it in. I'm sure our mods are actually looking at the live stream and looking at the chat. So your name could be featured. But speaking about what's
We also have a lot of great names involved, and we see the return of all the names coming from Group B. So For America Vibes might just be onto something to reclaim their #1 spot, or just basically do a little bit more of that maintenance, because they're absolutely been thriving throughout the entire course of the battle. So now, I guess that we'll also focus on certain other teams. Is there going to be certain hot drops out there, STE as well as BTR? Back then, they used to battle a lot inside of Lipovka. Now they have settled scores because BTR decides to move into Rozok in specific. But, you know, I'll start off with a prediction. I have not voted for America Vibes for so many games since yesterday. I think this is the right time for FRMB to take a look.
Okay. You're feeling like a America Vibes. Okay. Let's see here. Let allow production to lock it in. America Vibes for Contra. Yeah, it won't be official unless it shows up. Okay, there you go. Right. I've been thinking of a comeback team. So now that we are reintroducing this team, I'd like to put in RRQ. Let's go.
Okay, RRQ. Right now, we'll have a clear area of school to play with, since that, you know, D plus Kia, they're going to be taking a little bit of that break. So I do really like this prediction. Now that there's no heavy contest, perhaps it'll be a better one for RRQ. So production, I think that you guys have just about ample time to think. So what could it be? I kind of wish we can ask the audience as well.
Ooh.
They're thinking it's back-to-back for FaZe Clan after they took that break in Miramar.
Well, the last time we saw a team getting back-to-back and a break happened, well, we all know what happened yesterday. So, well, we'll see if FaZe Clan is able to overcome that. And if they are able to get the chicken dinner, it's technically a back-to-back. So this is also the second time today that production put their cards on a back-to-back potential team. First, it was HK Murderers in Game 1. Now it's going to be FaZe Clan. So let's see if they can get it right. I mean, FaZe Clan, it's not a team that we can write off for sure.
Yeah, they've been looking on a really great form, especially on how they battled their way through to secure that initial chicken dinner to really open their account throughout the course of day 2. So I'm pretty sure that they're still feeling really great about all the current circumstances, especially now with a lot of all these lists of names out of Group A at the moment. So they have maybe lesser concerns in the form of their rotation. Perhaps this could still be a very good game coming for the side of FaZe Clan, but we'll see how the game's going to run, because that was still a circle that was still around the mainland. What if, I'm just saying, what if it goes into the island? Who exactly will get the upper hand? Because we have not gotten an island ending so far, and somewhere in between, I'm pretty sure we will. But let's hit right into our next matchup in Erangel.
And here we go. It's going to be the return of Erangel here in game number 3 for today. And we have 18 teams. That means Alter Ego is definitely together with us. Let's see if they'll be able to catch up with the points with this Erangel matchup. Right path-wise, he's going to cut across hospital, and he seems to be heading down south towards military base. Not a direct drop into school for my prediction, RRQ, but hey, maybe they want to change their draw spot. Who knows? But we keep an eye on that.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a stretch. It's not too shabby after all, but this gives a very firm access into the islands. If THUNDERTALK is in the lobby, then they will definitely love to be involved in this matchup, but it's going to be a very early float coming in from IHC. I would expect TJB to also be stretching around that northern region, maybe taking claim of either shooting range or perhaps even Severny. And I believe BTR, they should get some really good first dips now that there is no Savior on board. So it is going to be rather interesting because HORAA Bros also have that clear passage inside of the Ching team. So plenty of opportunities out there. Meanwhile, take a look at that south side. It's T2K or MV. PRS will float into Milta as intended, but we'll definitely want to see how do these teams get out of the island later on.
Oh, we're going to see an early fight here involving FaZe Clan and also Vertical Vibes, is it? Oh, it's IAC. Okay, we've seen this before in South Jogopu yesterday. It looks like it's going to happen again today. And on the elimination feed, that's Voidog and also Roy, but it's going to be Demo with the first knockdown onto FaZe Clan.
It's a little harsh out there as it's going to be nonsense that will be shredded out to bits. He's only got like, what, a pistol in his hands? And same goes to Mela, now getting clipped off. So it's a really great start, especially with that Kimbo pickup. So it's going to be some trades going on, but with SLR, well, I almost say SLR, but it's actually SKS. A rare weapon that we haven't seen for a long while. Now brought to light, it's going to be real FaZe here to trade right back. One more member left for the side of IHC. FaZe Clan. Oh my word. Did they just wipe the floor clean? What really went out? There's still probably one more member left for the side of IHC to actually fend off. But another fight breaks loose inside of the melee base. HK Murderers taking on former Fox.
And here we go. Pika. Starman yesterday to help HK Murderers to get the chicken dinner. Now together with his team, one knockdown onto Nozu. But they still have to continue on this fight with four Vertical Vibes. Doc is going to come in from the other window. But behind Doc, there's one player from HKM. Anyway, Slayer got knocked down by Doc. But they fire back. HK Murderers wins the fight.
The caster curse continues for me. But for Vertical Vibes, I think they were not really expecting visitors heading into this area of Middle Base, and they just absolutely got overwhelmed. Throughout that corridor, you saw how dominant HK Murderers were really taking on that fight. Back to this 1v1 though, as we're only down to Real FaZe to try to take on Roguebot. Once again, I have been confusing names after names coming from FaZe Clan, but I'll just stick to Real FaZe right now. Anyways, Roguebot does have a grenade in hand. It's going to be a tough toss, but is it going to connect? Doesn't seem like to be the case.
And Rogue is going in for it though. Okay, it's going to be 1v1. He's on the second floor. Rogue with a shotgun and also an M4. Decent combination. Shotgun's really low on ammunition though, but he doesn't need that much if he's going in for a 1v1. And he needs to go up to the next floor to find his target. Now, Mr. Real FaZe, aka Onzens, with a Tommy gun, together with a shotgun. So pretty decent as well. Okay, this name. Nope. Not really confident with the angle. It's going to keep it for now.
Yeah, it's going to take a long while as they are trying to out of this scenario. Now brings out the Tom B gun to go in for that spray down at FaZe Clan. Triumph once more by taking out ISC, but it definitely was a costly battle. 3 of the members lost from inside of FaZe Clan, but that was 3 points being claimed by IC at the very least.
Yeah, so it's a 2-on-2. Yesterday they won, today they win again. So FaZe Clan, Kings of South Jogopu up against IHC, but this time around, a lot more casualty for FaZe Clan. Okay, we're going to get another live comment by Akbar. Which region is going to perform better in PMGC this year? Hashtag COG5, hashtag Gamivo, and that's how you can get your comment to be featured, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, this is a tough one. I'll let you go first on this. What do you think? Is it gonna be another year, a good year for Mongolia? Is it gonna be SEA? Is it gonna be SA or South America? South Asia? Which one would it be?
I mean, the Brazilians have been doing very well. I mean, they were PMWC champions,
Mm-hmm.
and they were always very close. Even in the years that they did not win, it's like they will be like number 2 or number 3, especially Alpha 7. So, and then they're always very consistent, right? They're always
Mm-hmm.
around that until they won PMWC. So I think based on consistency, I still have to say the biggest threat is still going to be the Brazilian region, specifically Alpha 7.
Oh, I would also echo on that as well. What do you think about BGMI, aka Indian version? Should they be also competing for PMGC as it is a global competition? Well, I definitely have my thoughts on that as well. They definitely are strong competitors coming into the entire scene. Unfortunately, they've been playing on the BGMI version, right? We kind of wish we get to see the BGMI players to be involved as well. But, you know, it is what it is for at least the past couple of years. We definitely do miss a lot of all these big names out there. You know, the boys coming from Team Soul used to play back in those PMCO days, even back in the PMGCs a couple of times before, you know, they have their separate server. But it is what it is. Okay, we get into ourselves another big fight coming in. It's going to be Stalwart Esports up against ASI8. Initial trades not only falling to the favor of ASI8 while they are trying to actually drop in some big nades over onto Stalwart Esports member, but where is the backup? The rest should be arriving in the scene. ASI8, we are sending in Falak.
I want to answer the question as well, but let's wait until this fight ends, as we're going to focus in onto Stalwart Esports and ASI8 Esports. Nochi is currently down. Falak is the closest one. But Fearless will open 8. Tries to secure that elimination point. Not able to get it yet. But his teammate Sanche is knocked as well, so he has to go in for it. Okay, but before that, he has to win the fight. Anyway, Victor gets knocked down by Fearless. Fearless, one last tick of health, 1% left, but needs to the cross, and Fearless! Knocked back by Falak.
What a godly camera angle that was. That was a perfect toss right out there in the open. Now down to IQ. Is he still going to continue on with this fight? Because he is now being left out to dry. The rest of ASI8 limping, trying to actually stay afloat. Well, it's all down to Krita as well. So he does have this fancy opportunity to still commit to this 1-versus-1. While we do take a close look into this scenario, they are by the south side of the circle, so they can extend with this trade. STE, they are also looking to recover Fearless, who's currently limping, so Krita has got a tough ordeal. So pretty much even Steven on how this fight goes through. So I believe you have the time to answer the question about, you know, BGMI, whether they should be involved in the upcoming or future PMGCs.
I do hope so, though. There's that one player that I miss that I really want to see him back in the globals. Bring back Jonathan.
Oh,
Bring back Jonathan on the global stage, ladies and gentlemen. Bring back Jonathan. I miss his plays. He has this sort of like an attitude to it and translates onto his gameplay. Ladies and gentlemen, fans of BGMI, I don't know if he's still playing the BGMI. It's hard for me to follow because for obvious reasons. Bring back Jonathan, though.
Yeah, I do love him ever since he has been making great remarks, even from the TSM FPT days. Oh, those were really good times, you know? And oh boy, here we go. The 1v1 continues, that is going to be the big nade dropped upon Krita. The jump shot, not really the best opportunity as IQ overcomes this obstacle. ASIA, they win out that trade against Stalwart Esports.
I love that name. That was very well done. Oh, what a jump shot. Wait, is there a jump shot? No, it was Alliance. It was Alliance who stole those points away from the house.
Crazy stuff going on in this game. And this is what? Only stage 2. And we're already having how many teams out of the lobby? Currently 4. But I believe there might just be more. So RRQ, they're onto this territory of the ruins. Chama now finding a catch onto Snape, instantly thirsting him down. So RRQ is only down to 3 members to play out this run. And they have yet to actually score one for themselves. So looking at the current standpoint, it has been a little bit of a tough game. But, you know, good questions. Keep them coming once again, since we do have some good time to answer. Now, back towards the first question as well, right? So you were saying South America, Brazil, they have got great thing going for them. I still have faith on Mongolia as a whole, whether it's Team Falcons or maybe even, you know, IHC to be putting some really big impact into the PMGC run. So we shall see what will really happen in the upcoming global circuit. But yeah, please bring back these players from PGMI. We love them to bits, just like how you guys do. And, you know, I guess, like, right now, we also do have a very healthy amount of great squads from all around the world to be participating. We just want to see, you know, a truly global fight along with the players from PEL, alongside with the BGMI boys. So that's where it's going to be the big party if that ever happens somewhere down the line. But we continue on. RQ has been continuously repositioning from ruins now into the fields of Gatka. But Megatron Knights, they're not going to give them that easy passage as they just move right by. It's going to be Point Donkey passing through. It's going to be a catch. Razak now soaks in a lot of damage, but not enough. And it will be ZZZ, or should I say 222, that actually clips onto that member of RQ.
I like how our answers did not lead towards Southeast Asia. I think we need to move.
I know, like, a lot of fans will probably maybe have mean comments towards for that, but we'll take a look at Alliance right now. The rest of HORAA Bros are slowly finding crates after crates, but upon arrival, it's gonna be Leo to try to shred them to bits as well. Down to 2 versus 1. This is gonna be range, moving up towards the staircase, and this is where it will be a little bit chaotic. Not too sure what will go on. It will be the final member out of the way. Alliance this time with only 4 points.
4 points? Oh, wait a second. It's not over yet. Fnatic becomes final member of RRQ to be eliminated. Well, this Alliance got 4 points, but RRQ are at number 13. No points at all.
Oh, boy. It's just a tough run right here. And to see fights after fights, RRQ, they were just basically wiggling around, looking for a place to call home, but there's no home, just like Slug, where, you know, it's a homeless snail. So that being said, they will have to try again in the next round. I really do wonder what's the situation like for the side of RQ, because they've tried since yesterday. Nothing seems to be working out so far for that Southeast Asian team. And, you know, back to what you said. Southeast Asian teams, they're very momentum heavy. You know, like, sometimes it really takes a certain good momentum. But if there's any good team out of Southeast Asia that I do believe can actually make a very solid performance, currently, it's the Savior.
Ooh, okay. Interesting that it's not like a vampire or something like that. But okay. I mean, not gonna lie, these Xavier, they're kind of cool. They do decently in the global stage, but they need to be they need to find the X factor at the global stage. So yeah, I would also kind of put these Xavier somewhere there as well. Yeah, but they need the X factor. That's my thought. But anyway, this is a circle that I do like.
Oh,
wow. The Gatka Mountain. Let's go.
We're climbing Everest for this one, and TJB are the current Kings of the Hill. But speaking of Kings of the Hill, this is the current format where we'll keep seeing challengers climbing up. So being early does not mean that they actually get the best of advantages, because you don't get to loot. Will only get to wait till you get other teams to be battling along the hillside. Until then, you can go for that restock, only provided if you win. But the other teams, they're happy to stay put where they are, but maybe not for long for BTR. They're trying to zone away the rest of DRS. There's Gaming hiding by that monster truck, while Lapar just waits for any openings before he goes on kill YT. I'm surprised he's actually not shooting just yet. He could just maybe shred a little bit more of the defensive cover of that monster truck. And the rest of the DRS, they understand this is not going to be an easy rotation. They are going down south to try to swing away from this turret.
They finally did it. They're firing onto DRS. Sleepy takes a bit of damage. Sleepy heading towards VTR. And he's driving towards them. He's getting closer and closer though by T-Mine. Just got knocked down by HK Murderers. So here we go. HK Murderers all in on the claw. They are dominating now with 5 elimination points after eliminating 4 vertical fights inside of mid to the base. Now looking for the other players. Sleepy gets one of the players of BTR.
Wow, it's been quite a strong statement coming from HKM. You know, first game wasn't really their best hurdle so far, but they bounced back so much stronger that they've already secured those 5 points in hand. BTR still holding down up against the rest of DRS, but now Satar as well as Genfaz, they're stuck behind trees. Lapar has been recovered for now, but BTR, they're just taking their sweet time. They're already on those wheels, but probably they won't travel next to DRS because that would be a death sentence. They're closing in, trying to cut off the exit plans for Chama. So BTR definitely onto something right now, but Genfaz has been caught out by Sleepy.
Oh, nice long-range knock there. And DRS now they had the advantage, but they had to move. The blue is closing in onto them from behind. At the same time, the elimination pit is rolling with Void Donkeys and T2K fighting each other. DRX now with HKM. Now we have BTR on screen, now with the higher ground, but Duxie really gets knocked down. And the Russian by DRS. Looks like he's working out so far, but they're not out of it just yet. I believe BTR has one player left, but we'll check on that later. Oh, okay, BTR is out. No points after all that action.
Oh, wow. BTR, I thought they would have actually gotten a lot more out of that situation, but they were just trying to recover. We saw that run in, which was unfortunate for Zuxi. DRS, they're still not off the hooks just yet because there is members coming in from Horame Bros trying to hold down the line. They are going to be the main gatekeepers over on the southeast corner of the map. Now, Silence also rotating around, so I guess they will draw the attention instead of DRS. Shots now being fired. It could be a good entry point for the side of DRS, but it's been what Esports straight right back. DJB, they climb down from the hillside as they also want to be involved to cut off DRS. They manage to spot out Chama, takes him down. So there's no clean entry point for DRS at all.
And I love this circle. It's still on the Gaka Mountain. It's going to be interesting to see how the later teams who want to come to try to take a spot at the Gaka Mountain. But anyway, Killer YT now spending time in the blue. He has 2 first aids. His teammate Shama just got eliminated by 4-4 from TJB. Razak got eliminated by Kaza for T2K. The fight between Void Donkey and T2K have been going on for quite a while now. With DRX on Tortoise Hill, but they only have 2 players now.
What an angle coming in from DRX. All they really have to do is to pile on that pressure up against IQ. And I'm surprised that he's lasting so long right behind that tiny little buggy. But the trades are also being sent right back by another member from Roy Esports instead. 6A does have the ghillie suit. Now it's supposed as being primed right in. IQ buys a lot more time, so perhaps that attention will be drawn away. 6A now focuses onto the rest of point. Donkey coming from the back. T2K is also looking to emerge up the hill. You can see that DRX, they're being very smart with all their utility in their baggages, especially on bullets that they don't want to overcommit because they know there's still plenty of teams. A total of 11 minus 1, that makes it 10. I mean, of course, they got to include themselves in the mix where IQ eventually gets charged by Rig. So all the effort coming from DRS, they do not claim this, but the Filipino squad, they absolutely love that 3-point.
Oh, wait a second. Oh. That was Potato, right? Potato thought he was one with nature and he got spotted out. I thought that he'd be able to hold that spot, but hey, that just happened.
True, and sometimes trying to be sussy isn't going to be the best plan possible, especially when there is like vehicles parked around the corner. So that player was being absolutely smart as T2K, they ensure that they check every single bushes out there. and they're also lurking up this hillside. So T2K, a very fancy opportunity to also get their way into the spine of the hill. TJB, they're holding over on the top end of the position as CC has gotten such a great glimpse of the overview up against the rest of Roy Esports. And, you know, recently with the pickup of a new sponsor, Roy Esports definitely felt like they're revitalized. It's a different look, and right now in Erangel, they've already gotten 6 total points, vying for that top 5. Not going to be an easy feat, especially TJB holding them down.
Yeah, with the fact that they're on the lower ground and TJB with the high ground. Knock on the shoe loss. Now CC is trying to get that finish. We're going to see the next circle soon. Let's see if it's still up on this hill. It should still be though. The chances are pretty high. And it goes towards the left side. Still DRX, T2K, and HKM in the circle.
Now that is going to get a whole lot more interesting, where we will get a fair share of battles from low ground as well as high ground. Now, FaZe Clan trying to push up the hill. That final member remaining coming from FaZe Clan is still surviving to this late game, where, of course, we did manage to spot all too much action coming from him, understandably so. But DRX now has to battle up against TJB. TJB will try to force an entry on the top end of the hill. So what is going to be called here for CC? Trying to also open up a little bit more of that passage while HK Murderers is taking the foothill, going up against Claw Esports.
Oh, almost got the knock. That was a close one. Second time around, he can try. Claw having a difficult time coming up, but they are still on the outside of the circle. TJB CC also putting pressure on the Roy. Roy still on the outside of the circle. TJB, they can move in, no problem. But the bigger question will be teams on the lower ground, how are they going to come in? Okay, now Claw pushes their way through. Slayer almost getting one more, and Slayer will slay them all. Claw falls to the hands of HK Murderers.
You can always rely on Slayer to nail all these perfect spray downs, and he has done it all for HK Murderers to hold on to that foothill. Now the battle continues at the top of the hill. TJB, they take things really slowly, and DRX, they're starting to run out of bullets. So you can see there's only about extra 82 clips coming in from the side of 6A, being on the reserves. But of course, he managed to go in for the initial pickup coming in from the airdrops. So he's got those level 3 gears. He can tank a little bit more of all these defilades or whatever bullets being sent his way. While TJB, they're also trying to be smart. There's only extra 22 bullets left for CC.
Okay. I wonder how he's gonna replenish his bullets, but hopefully he'll be able to get a loot box on top there. But anyway, we're gonna see HKM picking up another one, and Roy is now down to only Juke. He has nowhere to go. The blue is behind him. He has to make a run for it. He's not gonna deny himself to the blue. Hence the point will be given to HKM. They are on a rampage right now with 10 eliminations.
That position is just so perfect for them to just pick players one after another, and now they're already at 10 points. HK Murderers, I wish to actually see them in the PMGC, but you know, there could be many more opportunities in the future while we will continue on with this battle. DRX as well as TJB, they have been looking relatively clean. DRX definitely on that deficit, only having 2 members, QXZ holding over the back end. These nades are not being locked perfectly, so there's not going to be a chance for them to eventually go in for a pick. But a little bit of glimpse coming from 444. It's just that it is a tough one to wiggle through. I think eventually TJB, they might just be 4s on their hands to really go in for the rush. Especially now, CC, he's running out of bullets on his barrel, so he's relying on that DPS, so he should be the first one to charge in.
That's the 444s against the 222s of DRX. They have the numbers against DRX, but they need to heal up. They're playing this still very tactically. Although they have a full squad, but they are not overcommitting yet onto DRX. Smoke being popped. At the same time, they got to be careful because there's another team lobbing nades on the TJB. I wonder which team is that.
It could very well be T2K. Last we checked, they were holding on to the lower ground.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Kanta Hansa finds the 2 members, and now the rest of TJP, they will do justice as they will now annihilate these members of TJP, helping out DRS in the process, but even DRS have been breached. Only 1 member remaining for the side of DRS, and the rest of TJP is history. Just like that, Hansa, the man of the hour, also looks for another one in the back, taking out DRX. Now the fight continues with HK Murderers pushing up against T2K.
Oh, that's why T2K is trying to kill. But now the challenge is going to be HKM, a team that wipe out 4 medical fights during the early stages inside into the base. It's going to be a 2v3 situation. Ignis gets knocked down, and HKM claims a second chicken dinner in the season of the Clash of Giants.
It is the Nepali domination in this round of Erangel, and we were looking at all these teams from PEL, from Korea, from even Nepal to try to be the kings of the hills, but it is the ones that's been lurking from underneath to be the top dogs of this round. HK Murderers, they have been here to claim it all, and who knows, they might even challenge for Miracle 5 for the throne.
Hell Night Murderers, ladies and gentlemen, taking home the chicken dinner, and they scored themselves 15 eliminations. Wow, that is a lot. 25 points collected by HK Murderers, and with that, they could potentially be the #1 team now.
Wow, just look at the staggering amount of damage being offered on the table. Yesterday, we've seen the individual plays coming from, I'm so sorry, I forgot the name again, but clearly somebody has to remind me, because he has been popping off, and Slayer, he's also been really clean on the approach, really shredding out any targets trying to move through the hillside. So great gatekeeping coming from the side of HK Murderers, and the moment that they see that opportunity with all these 3 teams fighting on above, they know that it is go time. So they have definitely claimed what was rightfully theirs.
Oh, beautifully executed. And they conquered. They came from the lower ground, in fact, and it was all timed really well. And looked at their travel distance. They had to travel the most to score the chicken dinner, so it was a lot of hard work for HK Murderers, especially when they won against 4 Political Vibes at the very beginning of the round. That was the start of greatness for them. Other than that, gotta give it to T2K, TJB, and Roy for being some of the other teams to watch.
Yeah, out of all these teams coming from Nepal, I think HK Murderers, they have been the most exciting in terms of close quarter combat, as well as their finesse and team fights. Of course, the rest of the Nepali teams are looking pretty phenomenal as well. T2K, they're also doing a lot of justice for the South Asia region overall. So as we make comparisons, it is DRS Chama versus Real Face here. In terms of damage numbers as well as elimination points, Chama has gotten the upper hand, but you take a look at what really went down for FaZe Clan. It was that clutch moment where they managed to turn the tides around up against IHC, and it was 100% contribution from Real FaZe.
And these 2 players, well, we always compare like the stats that's pretty close, right? But interesting enough that Real FaZe, aka I always tend to forget. Nonsense, yeah. Oh my goodness, these players, man, they gotta stick to their names, even though it's an off-season tournament. Yeah. But anyway, MVP this round is gonna be Hansen. Yes, I remember that. All right, Hansen, 5 eliminations, 1,068 damage, bringing him as the MVP this round. Definitely a very handsome man.
And definitely very, very good looking, not only in the form of appearance, but also on the results that he keeps delivering. And to also add to the tally, both members of HKM are now right up there as the top performers. So it's double digits for the side of HKM. And this has been a massive round, but the MVP continuously has become, has been seized by Formerical Vibes. So that being said, we take a look at the journey so far. They go in for that hot drop up against Formerical Vibes over on Sonoska Military Base to make that deep rotation, but they have to bypass ASI-8. ASI eventually was battling around that quarry region, so they found that opportunity to go in for that white wrap. So you saw a very direct, straight road up ahead for them to take that compound, and then that's where they will have to continuously fight up against ASIA.
Yeah, and this circle is actually one of the rare circles. You gotta think about it, right? But I really do like their rotation, like towards the left. They take the slow approach because they know that based on the timing, they come in late. Hence, there is a chance that teams will already be on top of the Gaka Mountain. So they are not really in a rush. They secure the position at the lower ground. They scout the audio cues. They let other teams fight. And then they come in later to gain this chicken dinner. So great timing here by HK Murderers. This round, they know what they're doing. They know their timing. Hence, they're rewarded with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and to me, the biggest shocker out of all these many plays was Kansa's grenade to catch onto those two members of TJB. TJB was looking to be that unmovable object over the course of the hill, but they were just halted. And from then on, HK, they thrive by eventually taking on the weakened side of all three of these teams who are fighting for that chicken dinner. And you saw a very good distribution of points across the top 7 field, scoring above 5 points, as a matter of fact, for a majority of these teams.
And when it comes to the other stats, I guess it's because mostly a hill fight. So we don't get to see that many throwables used. 177 and at the same time thing with the longest elimination distance 303, and I believe that TJB was on top of the hill earlier on, so it could have been one of those teams up there, whether it's TJB, whether it's DRX, or some other team that was on top of the hill to get that longest elimination distance. But when it comes to the overall rankings, now it's locked in. HK Murderers with the double chicken dinner is at number 1.
Yeah, they're having a 9-point lead against For Miracle Vibes, who did not just score much in this round. And, they basically struck them down first and foremost. So it wasn't, a free pass. So they took down the current champions before they even secured this chicken dinner in order to claim what was rightfully theirs. DX also being pushed down, meaning to say a lot of the teams from the middle of the pack, as well as those who are on the final page, they are starting to surge upwards.
Yeah, and for the other teams here, now the cutoff is at number 16, Vampire Esports, but still, the points are close. It could still change. We still have a handful of games more to go, so I wouldn't be too worried about the teams are below number 16. But for teams on page number 3, so this is potentially the worry party, especially for teams at the very end with the single digits. Still, Falcons and Alliance, but at least for Alliance, they are now on top of Falcons.
Oh yeah, and right now they have been able to just best them by 1 point, but it's not much to shout about, honestly, because both teams, they're probably not concerned about their who's currently below them or so. They are more concerned about making that cut into the top 16. So there's many more names above them that they have to win out of. And for Alliance, at least we are starting to see a little bit more fight coming in from the Malaysian squad. So still, we will see maybe certain teams to be able to make a deeper run heading into the second half of the evening, as we will be getting ourselves ready for the next round. New course is Miramar. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And go it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are on our second half of today. Welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 5. We're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. And we love the questions coming in. So put the questions in the comments because we can feature more than one question. Put it in, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag COG5 and also hashtag our sponsor as well. Thank you so much again for being together with us. And we are coming into our next game. So predictions will come through. But before that, we'd like to thank our partners from Gamivo.
That's right. With Gamivo, you can get some great discounts on your UC top-up. If you input the COG5 coupon code, you already get some really great deals. But if you want even further discounts, you can subscribe to their smart subscription package, where for the first time only you will get those amazing offers out there on the field. Thank you so much for joining us for the season, Gamivo, and we just absolutely love all these amazing stuff that you guys offer. So make sure you guys check out their website, gamivo.com. Now, so far in day 2, we've seen a back of names so far. FaZe got claiming the first chicken dinner, DK was the second one in Miramar, and HK Burger right hot out of that match. We saw such an amazing duel that they've been able to offer. Now, who will be the next name? So I guess it's about time we move into the predictions right after this.
Different regions. So far, no repeat of a same region. But we are going to focus our predictions, of course, for Group A and Group B that will be playing inside of Miramar after this. This is starting to be a headache. It's starting to be very hard to predict.
It definitely is. I was just surprised. We don't really get much out of Alter Ego. So are they playing for the entire course today? It really doesn't feel like the case. But the question here is, are they going to play this round if that's going to be the case?
Well, feel free to put their name in. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying.
I guess I'll just put it anyways, right? Let's go with Alter Ego if they're actually playing.
All right.
Okay.
Let's make it official. Alter Ego. Okay. All right. This is a hard part. Oh man, it doesn't get easier as the round goes, right? Because you're starting to doubt yourself, like, oh, which one will it be? It's so many amazing teams, and sometimes you thought that they could do it, but at the end of the day they don't, and there's so many things that happen.
It is difficult. While you're thinking about it, I probably want to switch it up because I'm not that confident with the Alter Ego.
Come on!
Can I switch it to THUNDERTALK Gaming?
Come on! Oh man, come on!
Thank you, production. Thank you.
Come on! If they somehow play and score the chicken dinner, somebody's gonna get the last laugh. Right?
Yeah. I'll stay silent if
if they somehow do.
Yeah. I'll do exactly just that. So, Sir Clout, you got enough time. You got 4 miracle vibes from Proc. So,
I was about to take 4 miracle vibes. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, all right. I will challenge you. I will challenge you with Vampire Esports.
Okay.
We know that they clash. I will challenge you.
I love it. Let's see who gets the better end of the trade, and we will give our fullest energy to cast that battle inside of Minas Generalis. How about that? So I can't wait to see what actually happens later on. And once we move back to Erangel, you want to make another side prediction, DX as well as HORAA Bros. If that happens.
Well, they won't be playing together, but okay, we need to look at that later on. Let's jump into this one.
All right, let's go. Also, by the way, I guess like we've always gotten a lot of wrong names because of how players have changed their IGNs to be away from their usual IGN. So just to correct you, Sir Cloud, it's Himson, not handsome. But like, he's still handsome to us because of how he looks. That's for sure. But you know, we can't wait to see who's gonna get this next chicken dinner. And yes, we do love ourselves a little bit of Jonathan coming from the BGMI server. But you know, we continue on with this journey. Good Flight Path passes over the side of Los Leones, and we are going to be seeing a very Southern-centric journey for all of the team support.
Yep. I wanted to call him handsome, just so that it helps me to remember as well. Aha! That's the trick, Dad. That's the trick.
Close enough.
Okay. I'm sure you would appreciate people calling him handsome. You know, it's just like how you would go to a typical food stall, and then the what's the best way for me to put it? The auntie calls you handsome. You know, if you get what I mean. Yeah, same thing. You feel happy.
Yeah, that's our daily source of joy. And just like the flight path, since it's a little bit more southern-centric, it will be pretty much on that southern end of the map. So I'm not really liking the side of this. Reasons being, a lot of these teams, they don't really get a lot of time to loot up. And here we have it, that fight that we've been waiting for inside Minas Gerais. But we pan over to Los Leones because we have a commitment coming from Team Secret as they're trying to hunt down one of the players right down below. So what would be a situation for this time as they are going up against the Savior?
Well, I'm also looking at our mini screen because that's our boys there. That's our boys on the mini screen. But anyway, on the bigger screen, we have RRQ now up against A1. And the Snape is down. No mercy. Sees target right in front of him. Tries to dance around. Getting low on ammunition, so gotta be conservative there. Switches up onto a AUG. Okay, now he's on the inner side, but they are still playing ring around the rosy. Still not letting each other go. Okay, this could be the last HORAA here. Here we go. It's really low on his UMP. I mean, he's like what? Now 20-ish? 21 bullets? Oh, he's still going for the chase. Oh, it's not done yet.
He's being so elusive. Finally. There we go. It actually took another arrival of RQ for him to have that full confidence, or else he might just actually be picked off. And he's thankful to still have a couple of bullets. And THUNDERTALK Gaming, they're slowly being struck down. Well, I guess you get the better end of that prediction, but hey, yeah, he finally decides to leave the corners of the map. Yeah. This time around, Vampire Esports, they will take claim of Minas Gerais.
Man, I was hoping for Trev to land that knock. Whoa.
Better, Tony K.
Calm down, King. Calm down. Okay, one more to go. Okay, go. Tony K, go for it. Go.
Oh, I'll hold your horses because these got some revivals to sort out stones on the ground. So they'll just leave that one member of THUNDERTALK to be breeding, Sing, as well as Jay. So it's not over just yet. But I'm not sure if there's ever going to be that pickup. Sing is still limping. I think VPE will just make quick work out of that member. So I guess I shouldn't have switched my prediction. That is on me. And yeah, there we go. 3 points. Make it 4.
It ain't over till Sing sings. Okay, never mind that.
I don't think he will be singing anymore. He's out of the lobby.
Okay. If Jie gets the chicken dinner at this point,
then what?
Yeah, I'll be lost for words. I don't know what to put on the line, right?
Okay. Fair enough. It's very rare to see a solo player from the early game of stage 1 to win it all out. But maybe there might just be surprises from THUNDERTALK. I'm just saying, because FaZe Clan had Onsens to survive to a top 5 finish on that last round, so it is still playable at the very least. Ooh. Team Secret hasn't really sorted out this fight with DX the entire time.
Oh, it's Vietnam versus Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen. And it's been a while, though the circle is the circle is actually on the south side, and this is in Los Leones. Oh, interesting. DX actually changed their drop spot. Ah,
yeah.
Welcome to Los Leones.
they've always been either around the outskirts of Picado. Sometimes they do enter Picado, and this time they will make that entry into Los Lunas, which isn't exactly the furthest away. So it is rather interesting to see them actually go up against their own brothers coming in from literally the PMPL Vietnam region. Well, PMPL is kind of no more these days, where we only get to see PMSL, which, these two are super familiar names to many of us. Team Secret as an organization, they've definitely found a lot of success, even back in the days where they used to field a Malaysian squad to play, even back in the PMCO days, even up till now. You, especially picking out this roster of Shine Like Diamond. Well, was it Shine Like Diamond that they have right now in the current roster?
Yeah, well, there have been like multiple changes, right? So it's kind of hard to like pinpoint down one.
True enough. It's been like at least a couple of seasons already since they have roster changes added to the table. Team Secret, they absolutely do love a fight. They will fully commit to this as they will now be wall to wall. Arjun, he's not stepping out because he knows Secret is just waiting out in these corners. But it's coming Lambo. Bounce break. But it's coming from such a far distance. I don't even know how he spotted that one now, but hopefully there will be a little bit more of a recovery while this is still a very southern plain path for all the teams to be battling up across those valleys. And I believe there might just be some action in Chimasera later on, but Trang now has to hold down the line up against the rest of this Savior, managing to put one down. Despite Team Secret having a deficit, they are still going to commit to this.
Goes down to the ground floor. It's going to be drunk. Oh, he gets one. Okay. Knocking out Paragen. Paragen will be eliminated immediately, but GK will be traded back. Not drunk. Very patient with the DBS. Going up against Michael Uzi. Helped by Levi's, Mr. MVP, but the Michael Uzi will lose to the DBS. One more to go. It's going to be Lamborghini on the other side, but Lamborghini being the final member, it looks like he will bail this.
Similar situation with the THUNDERTALK Gaming boys. The Saver might have actually poked and prodded for a little far too long. Lambo at least have that distance created. We saw him trying to get involved, but Trang though, that triple secured with that DBS was phenomenal. Meanwhile, on our screen, we have 4 Miracle Vibes. They do strike down some members coming from TTK, and Falcons was also involved in that skirmish at the very same time. So for some reason, both Falcons as well as some of all these Miracle Vibes members, they've been rotating pretty much side by side as they try to eventually lurk upon the members of T2K. T2K strikes back ahead. Apex now breaks some vehicles, and it will be IC to go in for that revive. So they will have the upper hand in this trade since that T2K has already lost 1 member prior. So it's a 2 versus 3 instance at the moment.
Wow. Where is Alter Ego though?
I don't think they were playing the entire day, which is why I had to change my... Oh, they are. Look at the south side near to DRX.
Oh, okay.
They are playing.
You know what? For this round, I am Alter Ego's biggest fan. I want them to get the chicken dinner. I want the Alter Ego, please. Of all the rounds that you could have gotten the chicken dinner, please make it this round. Please.
Just because I changed my vote, huh?
Oh, yeah. Come on, Alter Ego, please. Just this round.
Fine. I mean, I'll be happy for the boys. I mean, they took a little bit of slump since last night on the later stages of the evening. And then today, I'm unsure on what really is the situation, but there will be a situation between HKM versus DRX. That monster truck has been shred to bits. Already on fire. Hyunbin, pretty much stuck in the middle of nowhere. Has to rely on that smoke. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Slayer's going to be able to pin down Boysil. I guess nobody's having the last laugh at the moment. 1 member taken out from the side of AE.
Okay. Not yet. Better situation than THUNDERTALK. Just putting it out there. All right. But the final player of THUNDERTALK Gaming, Jie, he's taking out the blue. But for HK Murderers, they're living up to their name. Okay. They're going for the finish of the other member of DRX. It's in the water. Anyway, potato for Boy Donkeys. Take it up by Hans for you. Okay, let's go, Alpha Eagle. Let's go. Yay, let's go, Alpha. One more. Okay, come on, Alpha Eagle. You can do it.
FaZe Clan here also going for the exchange, so it will be down to 9 noise to eventually look for Rosemary, but this is definitely one tough cookie to crack. Rosemary now cuts through these corners of the walls, but she will be able to put one Molotov and eventually be put to sleep by FaZe Clan. Well, you were hoping for a little too much, Sir Cloud.
It's okay. It's okay.
Which means
as long as Vampire won against Thundertalk, I'm cool.
Which means either way that I vote, it really didn't matter, didn't it?
Yeah, true. It would have been a nice banner though, but yeah, I guess it's fine. But Thundertalk didn't make it though, so just say it. Okay, now obviously I would want Vampire to get it, just because.
Just because.
Just because.
But you know, of all the names that we have not voted for throughout the course of the tournament, it has been Boy Donkey, and I kind of forgot about them, especially how well they do play in all these Miramar rounds. As I do say that, look at the circles shifting into the waters. Hey, come on, guys! Like, don't do this to the players. There's barely enough room to play out.
No, do this to the players.
60% of water. Where do you land? Okay, T2K. At least they're playing by the islands. So maybe there's a little bit of that wiggle space. They will be able to spot out some of all these players, but oh, this is one tough lobby. There's barely enough room to even work things out, and that is where we'll see a lot more fights taking place through the hills.
And Harami Bros will be visited by Falcons. They arrive. Rick will be knocked down. Harami Bros will need to find a way to pick him up, but they will be busy with the presence of Falcons. Action gets into the building. They won't have the time to pick Rick up. Action's coming in with the UMP. With the M4 as well. Range makes the rotation in. One needs in after Action, but it will not connect. Action is still alright.
He's just really holding down the line up against all these players of Harame Bros. It's been difficult to bridge, especially with those Molotovs being thrown in the way. It's going to be the OG few to be also playing inside of Miramar, and they are slowly treading some of all these players out there in the field. It's a dominating streak for the side of the HK Murderers while the push comes into effect. It's going to be top up against few, and the team captain managed to find the trade being done. All down to Action right now, as well as IC, but they're holding down into this compound. The names are being set right in. IC connects. So it's still going to be a 2 versus 2, and out goes Range. Out with the Thompson, going for the spray down. Going neck and neck, but Action, he's holding down the doorways, and the trades doesn't seem to settle. Team Falcons have faltered as the challengers have been able to overcome one of the top teams in the world. The PMCL champions of the Philippines have done it.
And without Federales. But now we have Vampire Esports going up against TIANBA. And so far, Tony K is knocked. Nuzi's not in a good condition. X Factor will take him out. Now it's down to Schwab. Schwab jumps in. It's going to be a 1v1. Schwab sprays. Schwab shoots. Schwab scores. But from the other side, it's going to be the mighty TIANBA. Mighty from TIANBA, who lands the final blow. Vampire Esports out.
What a nasty fight that was, and we thought that it was a full-fledged victory coming from Vampire Esports with that crazy spray between these two players, but Mighty, he got that perfect off angle when he was the lesser suspect in that skirmish. Now here comes Ruthless. He drops that nade up against HORAA Esports. Sky now being pinned down. The Blue Zone also chiming in. This is stage 3. It's gonna hurt a little bit. They're looking to run him down, and yes, they will. HORAA survives for a little bit longer, but there's still a member out of HORAA MVP on the upper hillside. Apex now trades right back, and they know that they're all stuck inside a bowl. The rest of HORAA Esports, unfortunately, will not survive.
And Fabrica Vice making a move. The circle still has like, what, 50% of water? Are you kidding me? But I do like it though. We haven't got a tough circle the entire, like, since yesterday until now. So it's nice to see this kind of circle, at least it's a breath of fresh air. Harame Bros!
You mean the breath of deep waters like salt and I don't know, debris inside of waters out there. honestly, if you're going to be playing in this lobby, you're not going to be a big fan of it. But for us spectators, hey, we're going to see some players swimming somewhere in the open, but not much for D plus Kid as well as RQ. They're going for the fight Nobu with the amazing angles.
You know what my boss would say?
Sink or swim?
No, that's their problem.
Just like how bosses would do, ain't it? Well, I guess this is RQ's problem. Being bombarded with grenades. Nobu now pulls back that grenade, takes the fight up close as they do send one more member to trade up against No Mercy. No Mercy actually holding it down. Still dancing with HP, but it will be D plus Kia that will once again triumph up against the members of RQ. From Erangel to Miramar, they were bound to keep meeting each other.
Why have we not predicted D plus Kia? Is it really solid though? Not gonna lie.
They are really, really good. And in these close quarter combat as well, it's been super impressive. But A1 Esports will be the sharks in the water, slowly swimming their way in. They should have actually spotted some of all these DRX players, but oh, what do we have here? D plus Kia again strikes another player, I do believe to be TIANBA. And D plus, they can't actually continue on with this Miramar streak that they've gotten. They won the last round in Miramar, and now Rowdy spotted out.
Rowdy in trouble. Well, we'll get back onto him later because right now we have Chips against YY. What a jump shot there by Chips. Beautifully executed from the incoming YY. And at the same time, Rowdy will deny himself.
Oh boy. And just like that, more than half of the lobby has been eliminated right at this very moment. 9 more teams remain. DRX somehow still relatively healthy. We saw that they have gotten a really good area to hold out inside its compounds. They're not going to budge. D plus Kia, the other team, also hailing from Korea, they're hanging on with still all 4 members intact. Although, how many fights has it been for D plus Kia? 5 points secured. Base climb now. The couple 5 bullets is going to be Baron there with those amazing angles. So, as they just really have to keep that vehicle. But A1 Esports somehow is gotten picked off from the outskirts earlier. And Jie, he's still alive. From the start till the finish, he might need to take a deep swim into the river, though.
Are you kidding me?
And the circle is still out there to protect Jie out of all these troubles.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This circle. Are you kidding me? I'm out of here.
I don't know what to say, my friend. Like, there's just these kind of games that should actually be illegal. And that actually calls for a good time to fight. HORAA Bros never want to back down from a fight for sure. As they swarm over on the Trang. Trang has actually won out that battle against DX inside of Los Leones and now hoping to pull another miraculous plays. But there is a couple of grenades to be tossed out from inside of HORAA Bros. Trying to cook this one up. He's hiding deeper inside of the shelters of the room. But it's all about the timing. Molotov now being sent out. This could be good. And yes, it will be. It landed perfectly. Few so far. Absolutely showing what he's got. 4 frags, making it 5, and perhaps 6 is also underway. Apex getting nailed down to the ground, and it's all down to Baron as they try to toss a couple more nades. Few as well as range. What's going to be their response?
The legendary Few is still doing it, ladies and gentlemen. Spoke too soon. Hashtag cast this curse. Baron comes in, finishes off Few. Now it's going to be a 1v1 between Baron as well as the range. Let's see if we can get this one out of the window. Sees him on the 2nd floor, and they're on the outside of the circle. The zone is starting to close in onto these 2 teams, but Baron with the molly gun range.
He blindly walked into that Molotov. So unfortunate because he tossed that smoke grenade, so he was overstepping the line, and it was a smart play. Baron somehow stays afloat, and I believe there might just be a chance where they could also go in to secure a little bit of revive out of that fallen member. That to be Apex, who's on that outskirts. FaZe Clan, they play this one very, very slowly. They were hugging by the shorelines. And T2K, They're holding them up by the edge, so it's gonna take a long while. While all of that is happening, I'm still glad my vote was on THUNDERTALK. They're getting closer and closer to the top 5.
As long as he's still in the game, anything can happen. I just leave it as that. But you know what? D plus Kia, they've been pretty solid. Now they have the high guy advantage. All they need to do is just focus on the getting down, and they will have more targets for them to potentially pick up to gain those points.
Yes, indeed. And right now, it seems like they did manage to get the revive again for Apex to be on board. So it's only going to be a solo unit for Miracle Vibes. T2K, they couldn't really get the revives up for rules, but they do have a couple of smokes that they are tossing out as Mel sends those grenades. Mela trying his luck out there. I love that they also do have the hovercraft for them to also work around for terrain. And this could actually form a very good barricade for him to actually go in for the rescue. There you go, Igneous. He's going to go in for the rescue. And maybe I spoke a little too much about the THUNDERTALK member. He's already been taken out. Not that I actually noticed. But DRX now sees a really good chance to also secure themselves a solid chicken dinner. But they have to go up against the rest of HK Murderers. That is not going to be an easy task at all.
And now with the circle shift, some of the teams will need to be pushing in, including FaZe Clan. From behind, they fire onto T2K. They need to manage the D plus Kia as well, who has the compound on top. But a little bit more focus on the T2K, who's just right in front of them. Mela fires past the smoke. From our vision, obviously, we know that Rules is behind this vehicle. But for Mela, he might not know. So he's trying to get that hit marker on board.
Yeah, there's no way for FaZe Clan to also climb up the hillside as well. There are some members coming from D+ that's holding down that line, and Rules eventually gets taken out. I saw like a fall. I'm unsure of what really went on, but he got eliminated in a very peculiar way. So here is your top 5 right at this moment. DRX, 4 members strong. D+ Kia with 3. Same numbers alongside HK Murderers and D+ Kia. They got a lot of open field vision up against the members of FaZe Clan. It was unlucky for the rest of T2K, but I don't really fancy the chances for FaZe Clan so long as D+ Kia stays put in this direction.
Yeah, I mean, high ground, a circle, no teams around them. Everyone else is, if not below them, inside the water. They stand a really good chance of getting this chicken dinner, not gonna lie. Unless DRX with a full team has something to say about that, but they're nowhere near D+ anyway.
Yeah, they also have to push through against the rest of HK Murderers, but that's not happening just yet. And you can see that FaZe Clan, they have remained to be very consistent here in day 2, scoring themselves that one chicken dinner and finally finding their formula back into another top 5 finish. So it's all about that one member of Miracle Vibes as well. How long will he stay put? He is somewhere towards the center, looking around, not being spotted by anybody out there. So I would fancy Baron's chance to make it into the top 4 as compared to the rest of the members of FaZe Clan at the moment. Take a look at that. Baron stuck in between that road as well as the hills. So if the BK crosses over, they might be able to spot him out. But at least for now, he's going to be pretty much safe from harm's direction. So HKM doing exactly the same as D+ Kia. They're just going to hold true to this compound, while the 2 other members of DK, they're going to be coming in from the northern region instead. So they will still play leverage onto all the high ground that they do have for the meantime.
Okay, are we done with the water now, Mr. Circle? Water? Yes, no? Let's
A
have
little
bit of it, but
Just a little bit.
Baron! Significant. But Fabian got eliminated by Baron. Ooh, wow, okay. So it's still going to be 4 Miracle Vibes in the game. Well, as long as they're still in the game, there's still a chance. D+ Kia, they lost one of their key players, the MVP for today. Now it's not the teams that also have to bring it back home.
Funny enough, that Baron now draws the attention to himself. So that also allows a lot more space for FaZe Clan to play from that southern end. So they will wiggle their way through. Those nades are now flying right in. Baron does not survive the cut. A perfect lob coming in from the side of Ossel to be able to secure it. This tag team duo right now having a lot more work to do, as they have quite a number of vehicles that they can also just take for themselves. So HK Murderers, they draw the attention towards this side of the map. Good utility being put right into place, as there will be a drive right over onto the lower end of the kill. But now that Natsu has already locked the vision up against these two members, I don't think they're getting anywhere past this compounds.
And, well, All-Star is moving in. Okay, nice position though for D+ here. Nobody's going to shoot them from this angle. DRX from the right, unchallenged. They only scored 1 elimination point so far. I guess now it's time for DRX to really show what they're capable of doing. And the team that's closest to them is going to be HKM.
As much as we would say it's close, they're all hugging indoors, so it's not going to be an easy breach at all for the rest of DRX. So we probably won't see a direct push until the zone actually swings all the way there. So there's still one more hard shift before it goes all the way directly in the center, and FaZe Clan might actually have an upper hand if it continues to be in the center. Despite I say that, you see there's a lot of empty fields, so there's still opportunities for DRX to also go in for a trade against Meow Meow, and while that happens, Meow Meow found a pickoff against Ossel. So they managed to turn the tides around. Initially, it was D+ Kia that holds them down the angles, and now it seems like they will be the ones to have the last laugh.
Well, because of this multi-terrain, that's why it's hard to spot some of the positions of these players. Very understandable. Let's see here. Notsu in front of him. There is D+ Kia. But I doubt that Chips is in the circle. He needs to move a bit forward. But the moment he does that, then he'll be spotted by HKM. HKM still in a solid position with this compound. I'm sure teams would love to get the spot, but how are they going to infiltrate?
It's definitely hard to actually reach right through. So the only way at the moment is to wait out for stage A to eventually subside, and the HK Murderers will have to step out of those compounds. So DRX, they will wait for that opportunity. Same goes to FaZe Clan. It is such a tense situation. All these 3 teams now involved, they cannot seem to actually get a clear opening. But at the very least, HCAM now has the hunch on where exactly the rest of the members of DRX is currently being placed. But they also have to deal with the rest of FaZe Clan, so no easy feat after all. But FaZe Clan, maybe they could actually run out a little bit more wide towards their right-hand side and then find a little bit more of that rich footwear standing in the direct center. So that could be their only form of defense to play things out. So don't count out FaZe Clan just yet, despite them having only 2 members.
Yeah, no easy feet, but maybe easy hands. Never mind about that. But DRX, okay, yep, we can definitely can't count FaZe Clan out. Surely can't count any of these teams. They have their own advantage. DRX full team. HK, they have the compound. But now we're at stage 9. The team that might face the blue first, it could be HKM based on the position.
Yeah, HKM, they also do have all these players by defenses as well as the walls just to hold on through. So they still get a little bit more of that angle up against FaZe Clan should they ever make that deep run into that ridge that I talked about. And now they're also striking in with those grenades locked towards the side of DRX. DRX knows that they also have to answer back, but they only got smokes and nothing else. They're going to smoke up the direct center, and it's going to be a party time. Pekka, Natsu, Slayer, they have to get out of that area as they're slowly being chipped away by this blue zone. And the rest of FaZe Clan, they also want to get involved. Nate's now being tossed right in. FaZe Clan sees this as a chance to slowly cut right into the center. And while it's so easy, he plants that grenade onto Pekka. HKM is slowly crumbling. There's no space for them to run. The RX, they might just actually take this win in their stride.
Oh, and now the final boss is going to be FaZe Clan. DRX, FaZe Clan, let's go. Nate slop across. but FaceCam will go down without a fight. They got QXZZZ, but Sicey Fire Spat now it's down to only Mela against the world. Mela against the 3 active players from DRX. Wanted to secure the elimination point, but the final name will land on to Mela, and DRX will take on this chicken dinner. And it is also the second team from Korea to gain the chicken dinner today.
They just know Miramar like the back of their hands. DRX, they were very calm and collected throughout the course of a run. They were not trying to be desperate about their position. And despite them really making the top 5 with initially that 1 elimination point, they understood what are the advantages they could actually play with. They know that baseline somewhere around those edges, so they don't really have to force their hand. All they have to worry about is HK murders, and once that was being sorted, they actually kept all these utilities till that very late game, till the rest of HK were forced to move out of that position. That's where they took out the grenades. At first, I thought there was no more grenades left. Sure, the numbers don't really add up on how efficient they played out because they only commit to all these late game battles, but it was a very decisive victory in their hands.
And with 5 eliminations, not the most, but still a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. That's going to be 15 points collected by DRX themselves. And yeah, I guess you can't complain about chicken dinner. This is also their first chicken dinner for this season. So yeah, I guess it was put them in a good spot later on, but we'll tabulate the points once we are done with all these other stats, because we also have to give tribute to HK Murderers, Face Clan, and D plus Kia.
Yeah, they had definitely show up really huge, especially the ones that have shocked me the most is D plus Kia. You saw those battles, and they have definitely put on quite the showing. And I really got to go back for those recaps because those fights, they were not easy. There was one up against RQ, just like they always do inside of Erangel, to gain that fight into Miramar at the very same time. But when I make comparisons, it has to be Noble as well as Slayer. These two, they hit like a truck.
Oh yeah. Slayer, we've seen him in one of the Erangel matches, doing very well. Noble with a clutch against RQ in game 1. They definitely have their own highlights today. Now 5 versus 3 eliminations, a little bit more towards Slayer, but when it comes to damage output, it's going to be Noble. Assist, pretty much the same. Team contribution, more towards Slayer. But we are also going to congratulate Mela as our MVP for this Miramar match.
Yeah, he's got the cutest name out there, but this is a ferocious kitten out on the loose with 860 damage and also 5 elimination points. You saw it was such a difficult position, and for many moments, I thought FaZe Clan would have been eliminated. There was T2K on that shoreline that was holding them back until T2K gets shot down. And D plus Kia, maybe the only regrets that they do have was to leave FaZe Clan off the hook, and FaZe Clan managed to eventually out-survive D plus Kia to secure a top 2 finish.
And with that, it's not only Mela, it's also Slayer, Tram from Team Secret, and also the legendary View from Harami Bros. Man, this guy, although he did not play the entire PMCL recently, but he's still able to come in and look like he never missed a game.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't miss a game at all because he's been analyzing. He's also probably part of the coaching staff for Harame Bros. And I'm surprised we don't actually get to see his picture because he's been a long-standing player for Harame Bros. But nevertheless, this is the craziest circle of Miramar so far. Take a look at the percentage of water throughout all these phases at this point in time. Like, do we even really want to consider how these rotations actually follow suit? The DRX, they have definitely gotten into one of the best spots possible over on the Southern Corner map. And then eventually they have to deal with the rest of A1. Once that's cleared up, you can see that they have that full-on advantage. DK, they were just playing over the kill side. There was certain instances where they were going out for trades, but there was no clear angle. So DK kind of gave up that position. So it forces that wraparound up against FaZe Clan, and eventually came down to this 4-way battle.
And normally teams would be like, okay, we want to get the high ground, we want to get the high ground, we want to get the high ground. But for DRX, they played on the low ground for most of the round. So they did the opposite of what normally teams would do, and they stayed quiet. Not the most eliminations, but because of this kind of circle, it's iffy. To get the chicken dinner, it's still good. Now, besides them, HK Murderers, 13 points, FaZe Clan, D plus Cat, 12 points, 4 Medical Vibes. Although it's a fairly early elimination for them as compared to the others, but they still managed to get 10 points here. So it's a double-digit club. And overall, everybody in this round took home something.
Yeah, that type of circle just really forces you to go in for certain trades out there. So it's actually good to see we get a little bit of mixed bag of battles from those city warfare into all the outskirts of the terrain, which we get to see for most of the situation. And within the top 5, we already have 5 teams here with those double digits as well. So still a healthy lead coming in from the side of Medical Vibes to try to match up to HK Murderers. But HK Murderers, I think that they've planted themselves firm at number 1.
And here are some of the other match stats. So throwables used not as much, and I guess that's also because like how the circle kind of like shifts. So teams don't really have time to use their utilities. They just travel, they just shoot, travel, shoot, travel, shoot. Hence, it's only about 171. Now, overall rankings, HK Murderers, they're still on top with actually a decent round for them. And that's why now they have a 13-point gap with 4 Medical Vibes, followed by FaZe Clan, who came with a second place finish. So they are now at 3rd place, pushing Alter Ego down. And Alter Ego, they might have been playing even the previous round. It's just that we don't get to see them at all, or almost at all.
Yeah, today their hits are pretty much out of this game. I feel like they were somewhere around that Southern's area of play, but perhaps their rotation was a little bit too easy to be read out by some of these teams who are already through the valleys, the high grounds. So it has been a rough day for Alter Ego. But hey, they are at least within the top 9 ratio, while VRX, after securing that chicken dinner, they will find themselves firmly planted into the top 16 and currently in top 12. Team Secret also moves into 15, while we see a little bit of update. A slow moving climb for Falcons. Same goes to the side of RRQ as they will move up ahead against TJB.
And the Falcons, together with the Lions, not even 10 points yet. Well, to be fair, the Lions didn't play this round, so that gave the opportunity to Falcon to be on top of the Lions, pushing them down to the final spot, which is number 27. So that is that for now. Hopefully, they'll be able to come out from the single-digit mark, because you don't want to be that team that is still at a single digit, especially by the end of day number 2. But speaking about the end, it is the end for this round. Means that we'll be heading on for a break before we come back for our following match. See you guys after this one.
We have 2 more rounds left for tonight, ladies and gents, as we are here for even more in the Clash of Giants Season 5. And Sir Cloud, haven't gotten my predictions right. I don't know how you've done it. Out of so many teams out there, we only get that 1 shot per round. But it's definitely been a tough game for many of all these teams out there. Even the Titans that we've seen who thrive throughout the course of the year, they have definitely shown signs of struggle, namely Falcons. We even see Alliance barely been getting any points at all. Alter Eagle, who had a good day yesterday, today, no show. So what's really going on day after day? I guess like final 2 games, there's still a chance on the line.
Yeah, the only time when we saw Alter Eagle was in the previous Miramar match, where they only scored like maybe 1 elimination point, and that's about it. So I don't know. It's like they only existed for the first 2 games yesterday, and then after that it's like gone. It's like they didn't exist. So I really don't know what's happening to Alter Ego. But what I do know that's happening right now is our new UC partner Gamivo.
That's right. They are offering us a whole lot of great deals out there for $649. You can basically get a great first-time purchase for 660 UC. That is the bare minimum. But if you even top up even more, you can get up to 16,200 UCs for just a grand total of 170 or less. That is definitely worth it. And even if you're going for the COG5 coupon code, we are giving you a lot of great stuff out there. So make sure you guys take your chance. Go hit through their website if you want to top up. And if you have any questions, make sure you hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Kabibo. Since this is the final 2 games, you shoot your shot. Ask as many questions as you want. Our dear bots will just select one of the best few questions and we'll feature you guys on the screen.
Yeah, be part of the show, ladies and gentlemen. You shoot away your questions. And now we're in the second last match for today. Woof. We'll be here, and it's going to be A versus C. So Alter Ego should be in the game. Now I wonder if Contra will be confident enough to put it in his own prediction.
I honestly don't feel that confident out there, but I definitely do feel a little bit more confidence for one different team out there, and that is the Savior. Overall, I think they've been doing really well from day 1. Day 2, not too shabby, not the worst, but not the best either ways. But heading into this matchup, there's not going to be Harame Bros challenging inside Pachiki, so that means they get that free rotation, so I'm going for the X.
Okay. The Xavier for Contra. Right. I am going to put my money where my mouth is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
We talked about this team earlier. Why have we not picked them? So
Okay.
now I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. Let's put it D plus Kia. Let's
Okay.
go.
DK. Now, of course, they have shown an impressive of multiple times from the battle that they took up against RRQ. Is it still going to be RRQ in this battle? Probably not, right? So if they're not around, I definitely do think that they have such a strong contention for that chicken dinner. Now, we are getting production to be hopping on the A1 train. Like, to be fair, A1, they are looking very, very sharp. It's just that circle was pretty garbage in Miramar, not gonna lie. Else A1 could have actually played for much longer.
Yeah, it was garbage for all the teams. But if we do get another garbage circle in Erangel, I wouldn't be complaining. Meter-based circle, please. We haven't seen that. But we're seeing like nice circles. It's always like, okay, it's either like the left or for the most part on the right. It's like, it's standard, nice circles. Like, come on, we want to see a top circle inside Erangel. We just got one in Miramar, so it's about time now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that throughout the course of Clash of Giants, we have not even seen a single mid phase ending at all. So I definitely do think that it'll be pretty interesting because last we saw, there was teams like For Miracle Vibes who got contested by HK Murderers, and HK Murderers, they're currently the best team in the lobby so far. Out of all the groups out there, they have managed to really stick claim and also mark that they are one of the finest teams out there whether we do see them in PMGC or not, I think that they have definitely have gotten a lot of all these memorable moments to the point that the opponents facing them, they'll remember, oh my goodness, who exactly are we being struck upon? It's HK Murderers.
Yeah, you know what? They remind me of when HORAA Esports back in the day, when they set foot onto Ruthless Esports tournament series. They're giving me this vibe, right? So HK Murderers, I don't know. Maybe next year PMGC team. I'm just putting it out there, right? If that happens, you know, this is the recording. Keep it there. I predicted the future, but we're gonna predict the future as well. We're gonna jump out to Erangel. Let's head on to it.
Notice all of these beautiful details from that grand opening before we kickstart our round. There's an explosion before we kick things off here inside Erangel. That rupture was in Pachinki. Now, is there going to be a fight that will happen there? Now, without the presence of Ramen Bros, E-Saber, they will have that center stage all by themselves as this flight path sets off from the corners of shelter from the east corner of the map. Rather fair for everybody. It's pretty much straightforward for all the teams to be able to pop into their respective territories. But is there going to be any hot drops moving into this? Maybe not.
So far, no. STE in Lipovka, not challenged. Normally, okay, we used to see like STE and Alter Ego challenging each other for Lipovka, but not this time. Vampire Esports going to change their drop slot as well. Looks like they drop in Milta Power. Nobody's there. Their closest contender is in Milta itself. It's going to be DRS, but there's going to be pretty much another city. So not too worried about that for now. School, where D plus Care is at. My boys, of course, they seem to be all right. But we have DRS. Oh, there's another team here. Oh, is
TIANBA.
it THUNDERTALK? Oh, it's TIANBA.
Yeah, they've always been battling around in Smilta region, which we forgot about. So this is where TIANBA will send YY into the staircase, and it will be Sleepy to try to resuscitate X. 2 members incoming. I'm not sure if there's going to be any throwables for them to utilize. Hans on that revolver actually gets something in return. We'll get to see that later on. But TIANBA, I think they're definitely onto something. This is that golden opportunity for them to get that one up against the rest of DRS. Pushing right through, and that's going to be 2 members as they try to go blow for blow. The member of DRS is still holding it down. They already lost Sleepy. Chama as well as Killer YT left. So do they leave this side, or will they just keep fighting on? Spot out NSL. He's got the micro Uzi. He's holding on, and he's going to go in for a big swing. As he drives by, he unleashed the full clip, and that is only 1 member remaining out of DRS.
Just with a micro Uzi, ladies and gentlemen. Able to make it work. And okay, confirmation again. Alter Ego is playing, and they just took out a member of IAC that's going to be godless. But TIANBA seems to be not really losing the fight. Okay, it's going to be Killer YT, final member of DRS. Oh, and YY is coming in. It's going to be a micro Uzi gameplay, but going up against a DPS though. His micro Uzi, he's down to 21 bullets. I'm not sure if you want to push with that amount of bullets, especially on a micro Uzi.
I think the DPS is a lot more reliable, but at the moment he steps out of that window, he gets spotted by YY. 1 apiece for all the members of TIANBA. So great team effort coming from the PEL side. Well, Alter Ego, it's been impressive for Hans. Look at that. He opens his account using the revolver, and just like that, IFC has been shut off completely on this corner of the region. I wasn't sure if that is either South George or could it actually be Novo Noe, but that was a big fight that just ruptured. And just to confirm, it was around South Georgia Pole. So there was also Anclaw Esports to be around that vicinity. And the circle is not too far off. So we might just see a second battle inbound for the rest of Alter Ego.
Are you starting to feel the regret of not picking Alter Ego?
Probably not. You look at DX.
Okay.
They're in a good spot. So I have no regrets after all.
Okay. Cool. We'll keep it as that for now. Okay, as we progress through the game. But with this kind of circle, Rosal definitely will be a interesting spot. If the circle goes north, then it's easier to move up. If the circle stays, then well, you're in Rosal anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if more teams want to pay a visit to Rosal itself.
Yeah, a little bit of a standstill at the moment between both Roy as well as BTR. So it's a good time for the live comments. Aisha Dawoodi says, as we see many teams from each country, what are your thoughts on ASI being the only team from Pakistan competing at a global level? So do you want to start off with this? Because I only got good words to say about ASI.
Wow, then please take it away.
ASI, I feel they have been the most decisive team when it comes down to team fights. They absolutely look super clean. Even if maybe in this tournament they have shown a little signs of struggle, but you look at them go. Majority of their points coming out is from elimination points. Super aggressive, very distinct as compared to a lot of all these South Asian teams where they love to play a little bit more of the tactical approach. And there are many times where you get to see ASI when they move into the top 4, they have a very good chance of scoring that chicken dinner for themselves as well. And sometimes, even if they don't, they would book out a round with those double digits. I've been thoroughly impressed, especially by Falak. So he's my guy. I love Falak on how he actually plays out all these skirmishes. How can purchase UC from Gamivo? Okay, very simple answer. You guys head over to, there should be a link in the description, or even if it's not, you can just type on the website, gamivo.com. That's where you can top up the UC, and there should be easy steps for you guys to follow. All right? All cool. Now, what about you? What do you think about ASI from Pakistan?
Okay, so it's not their first time in PMGC. They have been in PMGC last year. And I remember I was talking to one of the players that time, Ghost. So at that time, they had to have one player, which is their IGL, as far as I could recall, to be played online because of matters related to transportation. Yeah, I'll just keep it as that. Yeah. So, but yeah, with that sort of situation, it's tough. One of your players are online, the others are playing at the LAN venue. So I could totally understand that it was quite a struggle that they did not perform that well. But hopefully this time, all logistics will be all clear for them to be able to be together at the venue. And I can see good things coming from I8. So yeah, I look forward to seeing them with a proper setting and if they'll be able to perform at this time's PMGC.
Yeah, and as we make comparisons to last year's run or seasons ago when they were called Aegon I8, I also do have the privilege of meeting those boys. I feel like this time they definitely look a lot more confident than before. So I think their chances in PMGC is going to be looking really, really good. I do hope that once we do have the PMGC groupings posted up, that they get themselves a fair shot. Now, we do have a fight, TIANBA versus VPE. And quickly as it goes, Newsy with the UMP spray, passes on to Mighty, and quickly goes in for the elimination point. Vampire Esports, out of so many runs that we see for the past 2 days, they don't look the cleanest, but when they do commit to the fight, they always get something in return.
And THUNDERTALK Gaming got something in return by taking out X Factor. Vampire Esports fires onto Singh. Tony K is going to be the one. It's pretty much a 1v1. His other teammates are with him, but they are also distracted by other teams. And Tony K just got knocked. And at the same time, we'll check out the circle. Circle goes down south, away from the north, where TJB is at.
This seems like the favorite kind of circle for the entire COG because more often than not, we keep getting Pochinki Farm into the mix as well, but that also calls for big battles to happen as many of these teams are already around the corner. King Dao finds Tony K. So that's one member also being knocked down, which will be a little bit more troublesome for them to actually do much. Now that they have already lost out Tony K, HORAA is going to close in. This is not going to be an easy task at all for VPE. They're relying on those smokes for cover right now. And look at them bringing those vectors to play, but there is a DBS in the shack.
And Singh just got eliminated thanks to Schwabs. Uzi is pretty low. Schwabs is now going to be the big man with the DBS. Comes in, past the smoke, tries to find his next target. He found it. And he will get White together with Stone. Now King, final player of THUNDERTALK Gaming. Looks like he's not interested to continue this fight. He will leave. But the one that's interested is going to be Starwood Esports.
They're swarming in from the outskirts, and Fearless managing to land the knock upon Lamborghini. Stalwart having Krita to take a quick peek over the window, spots out Newsy, limping on the ground, tossing the Molotov to try to secure it. Somehow he moves out of the window just to the vehicle, and that's going to be an easy pickup for Krita. Quick double STE. They strike in the perfect time to catch out the entirety of Vampire Esports. So as we continue with another battle, it's going to be Roy Esports versus the rest of these members of Claw.
Roy Esports now silence knocked. There's no space for them to go for the pickup. Anyway, Juke will now fight, and Juke wins the 1v1 at the stairs. And Juke will have the chance to loot up because he's pretty low on ammunition.
Oh, wow. Somehow, Roy Esports, they still have these two players up and running. And the entire time, BTR is still inside of Rozak. When are they going to get involved? Because, to be honest, I would love to vote for BTR for so many occasions, but they haven't really been showing up. But now they do against Claw and Esports.
And from afar, it's going to be Roy putting that pressure onto BTR. Circle no longer is out of raw zone. We can see that on the minimap, teams inside raw zone, namely BTR, will need to move. But oh, Juke!
What?
Wait, where did the shot come from? From the hilltop? Probably it's from the hill.
Yeah, it's from Genfos.
What's
The
type
moment
of
that
power?
he just turned his back just to try to re-enter the compound, and he quickly gets taken off by Genfos right there. So BTR, they should be also swarming right through. Only one member remaining for the side of Roy Esports. They're already going into the same direction, so might as well clear up that final member because he's already leaving the scene, as you can see from the minimap. Falcons in the decent spot. Lions in the direct center. So perhaps this is that redemption round for both Falcons and the Lions.
Oh, finally, looking like a redemption round for them, based on their position at least. But of course, we still have like 12 other teams, negate 13. For them to gain something out of this, gain something significant. Anyway, for Starwood Esports, now it's that time to find their next checkpoint. But for Roy, D plus Chips was the one to finish off the final player of Roy, and looks like they didn't manage to get out of the Rosa area.
Yeah, that was a very, very tough hurdle out there. It's going to be a triple four that secures an airdrop. The PL teams, they love chasing airdrops. For very good reasons. It supplements you with so much more firepower, and it is a P90 that he's got in its arsenal. So TJB, they also have a really good spot for themselves to really hold out. So let's see what will TJB eventually show us later on. TJB, out of the rest of the PL teams, are the ones that's currently in the lower positions. 15 points so far, but being honest, they weren't doing too badly because most often than not, they just commit to too many early game battles. As a matter of fact, inside Miramar, they always battle against IHC from Montinivo. They haven't really won that many of these rounds, but at least in Erangel, they get a lot more free space to play out.
And speaking of free space, Starwood Esports lots of free space. They don't really have a compound. They're just out in the open, but that's a good reason. That's why they are playing by the side, not going straight into the middle yet. The scouting down south, there's buildings there. I wonder if they want to go. Okay, Krita might want to commit to this. King is the only one inside of this area. So if they do commit, then it's going to be quite nice if they can spot King out.
True enough. THUNDERTALK Gaming, oftentimes we see them commit to those early battles, and the moment that they survived is only with one player. Last round, it was Jie. This time, it's going to be King. But is he going to be Poseidon to rule the seas? I'm not too sure, but a little bit of wobbly camera right there. But Sky's going to be able to find one return, knocking down Kasim. That's Jimmy OP already out of the equation. Sakar just runs that one member over as they fully commit into the rest of these members of B plus Kia Falak. Well, we talked about ASI8 early on, and ASI8, they are starting to make their place known in this region of the map as they are on that south side. A very strong place to hold out.
When here comes Zaxi with the high ground up against Falcons. Is 10% and a half drives away. And we have the King of the Hill, Bigatron Knights, but this hill is no longer valuable. Not that Circle have moved away. Let's get what? Osa, not too sure what happened.
He crashed out.
Who's the final player? Okay.
Did he run into a rock? Did he fumble that vehicle? I guess at least that point is denied because it was getting shot from multiple directions at the very same time. BTR, they would have actually loved to add one more point to the tally because they're currently by the border at 17th place. BTR is one team that I would expect to do a lot more once they do get into the finals, but playoffs, they're definitely showing some signs of struggle. Meanwhile, Falcons exactly the same. They're on that lower ground, but how long can they hold out by the outskirts of Pochinki? They also don't have a valuable compound anymore. They have to move out, and the rest of BTR, they're marking onto that vehicle.
But the question, of course, is also if BTR could make it into the finals, because right now their points are still on the outside of the top 16. But there's still more games, of course. Nevertheless, Falcons will be the next target. Only 2 active players left, going to be Icy together with Top Action. His point will be given to Saptar. But BTR, they're really taking their time. They really want to eliminate Team Falcons.
They absolutely do, especially when with these numbers advantage. Falcons stranded out in the open. We want to see a lot to be done here by Top. Definitely have drawn plenty of eyeballs all around the world from the days that they were in Firmacral Vibes. And of course, we talked about so many of all these changes in rosters. They went into Falcons Force, and then Falcons Force becomes Team Falcons. And yeah, the list goes on, but BTR, they strike them down. TLDR.
Oh, yep, and they're done. So far, that is. But now, as they want to get into the circle, there are other teams waiting for them. Icy, however, is still taking out the blue. BTR rushing in onto Alter Ego. Looks like it's going to be the Indonesian connection, but BTR not full on committing yet. No, maybe they might want to commit onto A1. They do have compound. Looks pretty nice.
True enough, and for now, Alter Ego, they're taking things one step at a time, just wrapping around the edges. They will just give way to the rest of BTR. And if they want to trade, they rightfully have that position to do so. They spot BTR moving into the shacks, and BTR, they infiltrate the compound where A1 Esports at. Hitmen have everything on the line to hold them out, and they just crush BTR upon arrival.
Well, next is going to be Alter Ego. Oh, okay. No straight rushes. I thought they were just going to go in, but it's going to be a line behind it. But hey, wait a second. Hans for you committed. It's that the teammates are still behind. But who needs teammates if you have Hans for you?
Hans, he's just running every one of all these A1 members apart. They were further weakened by that strike coming in from BTR. They didn't really have time to go in for that revival, unfortunately. The Savior only left with Power Gen, goes in for the drop shot, and there we go. Stour Esports eliminated. 7 more teams left remaining. HORAA Esports still on board. Now it is the time for them to also arrive to the vicinity. Overtakes as they are all partying inside of this same compound. The rest of HORAA Esports now charges right through. Alter Ego stuck in between, relying on those smokes. But how much damage can Han still offer upon that revival? He has to first heal up. Or Esports watching like a hawk, and this will be Mr. Forward that will land that blow. Hans once again on the ground, and is only down to that one member remaining. Alpha, what more can he do this time?
Someone needs to send a memo that this compound is no longer valuable. It's not in the circle. But hey, if it's a fight that they're looking for, a fight that they will get. Nate sent into the building. Looks like the pickup did not happen. HORAA Esports still continue to put pressure back onto Alter Ego. HORAA Esports probably they tell themselves that they're done. Okay, we're leaving here. It's not going to be worth it. Let's go.
Yeah, they could definitely keep watch, and Alpha will be able to at least bring Boysil back alive. But look a little bit on the top left corner of the screen, and that is going to be IC. One lurker coming from the members of Team Falcons. There's only going to be one alive anyway, so I don't think that IC wants to put too much attention into that compound either ways. While all of that was happening, we also see the elimination of the Savior. Now we're only down to 6 teams on board. Kasim spotted out. Great tap for the M24.
Wow.
This is a rare slide because all these bolt action rifles have not been brought to light for so long, other than if you find an AWM inside the crate. Well, when you do have the arm, then great. But right now, it's gonna be no fear going with that long range spray. That will be the last of Team Falcons.
And we'll continue on the fight here. Oh, top 5. Ladies and gentlemen, with Falcons Force eliminated. And it's still at stage 5. Okay, this round is pretty fast, especially with the fight in that one compound that involves like what, 3 or 4 teams earlier on. And speaking about another team, Alter Ego, we see them last a little bit longer this time. Number 5 eliminations.
A much better round for Alter Ego to also maintain their form of pace. ASI8, I think they brought up the right questions in the right game because they are right now super healthy with all 4 members. Only one tanking the blue, but they should be around these corners. Falak looking up against Julio. This is the first time throughout the tournament that we're seeing Alliance in the top 4.
Oh yeah, it's been a while. So surely they are out of the single digit mark now. Okay, let's see if they can wrap things up and come back big here. Balak is just right in front of Alliance. And Kasim, oh, he's not even looking up. Oh, that's because of the ghillie suit. The ghillie suit. The ghillie suit blinded Alliance from the side of Falak.
Wow, great opportunity for him to also strike, where we also see a little bit of skirmish between TJP versus the rest of HORAA Esports. HORAA Esports, they can go in for the rebuff, and they will have that 4-man army up against ASI8. South Asia is sure to dominate, ladies and gents. Alliance weaken up, same goes to TJP. While they are right now being hindered from doing all too much, Alliance, they're by the corner of the zone. They actually are scared to even move out because they don't exactly have all that full info, especially when they were struck down by ASI8. So it's not going to be a good spot for the Malaysian team to be. While ASI8, they got that bird's eye vision, a 360 view of the entire scenario. I think this very well could be their game.
Oh yeah, look at the control that they have within the circle. Still gonna put pressure on the Alliance. Alliance trying to come in. But where are they gonna go? Nachi gets Olio from afar. Olio will be eliminated immediately, and Nachi himself is dominating with 3 eliminations. Now it's down to Leon's, and the moment he tries to enter again, it's gonna be ASI Esports to eliminate the Lions.
It's just ridiculous on how Nachi gets those perfect swing on a moving target. Twice. It's not once, it's twice. He strikes them down. It's already 4 points for Nachi right now. Whereas TJB, they're still hunkering down into these compounds, going up against the rest of HORAA Esports. It's trying to settle scores. HORAA does bring one more back. Mr. Borough takes one down. While No Fear going out for the Hun, Malik will be able to score 1. 7 points already for HORAA Esports. They're definitely looking to score number 8. 444 now driving into the corner of the wall as they want to commit to this final battle because TJB, they understand there's not much left to do but to fight.
And And here comes Nate by No Fear. Second floor it is. But CC, oh, Nate. Wait a second. Oh, it was CC. He actually denied away the point himself by nading himself.
Well, I guess that's the best possible scenario where you want to deny the points from your opponents. But ASIA, they heard all the noise. They want in. As they will go in for a challenge up against HORAA Esports. They already navigated the entire zone, so they know this is the spot to be. HORAA, could they once again put up a solid defense as we see an all South Asian warfare between these two teams? ASI with the upper hand, 60% on that chicken dinner ratio. All they gotta do, honestly, is to wait. So they don't really have to force their hands. They don't really have to breach the compound because Sky and the rest of HORAA Esports, they have to leave these compounds.
And the fact that we're still at stage 6, we still have stage 7 coming soon. I don't know how the circle will be, but anyway, IQQ got Sky! And IQQ fired upon by No Fear. A bit of a trade between the two teams. Now it's 3v2 in terms of active players. One nade! Sent across by Fala, knocking out No Fear. Nazun and Malik go alone. Going up against 3 from ASI8 Esports. Let's see if Malik can pull off a clutch, but the answer is no. And because of the buff of the question from our viewer, ASI8 Esports takes home this chicken dinner.
And looks like the audience have definitely gotten the predictions on point. ASIA Usanachi really trailblazing their way to scoring a lot of all these elimination points. And then you have that godly nade coming in from Falak to also knock down members after members of HORAA Esports. And here they are scoring a big win. I think that they are definitely within the top 10 right after this. And when you add the points together, it's a total of 20 points secured by ASIA.
Ooh, beautifully done. And this is also their first chicken dinner this season. Nicely done by ASIA and I8. I mean, there are a lot of fans out there cheering for them, and it's great to see them finally giving it back to the fans. And what a good round it was here. It was the South Asia finale towards the end there. And looking at some of the stats here. So Victor, no knocks, but obviously everyone contributed on their own and did their own stuff here. Even if we talk about healing, like IQ 37, Nachi 86, Victor 98. So they kind of like, they stood away from all the action, but still able to gain those elimination points.
Well, from how I assess how they place themselves in the map, it was a very smart maneuver from ASI8 members. I'll elaborate a little bit later on because we also do have incredible performance from VTR. They start to once again step up to the platter to be able to claim a lot of elimination points in this round. HORAA was basically fighting tooth and nail from that eastern corner of the map for them to outlast, to put a top 2 finish. So that is absolutely commendable, while Alter Ego finally woke up from their slumber to also claim a top 4 record here in this map. So let's take a look at the comparison because we now have Malik versus Satar.
Malik from HORAA Esports, Satar from BTR. 2 eliminations for Malik, 4 for Satar, the Starman for BTR. When it comes to damage output, Malik has a little bit more, 898 versus 645 for Satar. Malik has 2 assists, while Satar has 1. But when it comes to team contribution, Satar 44.44% and Malik 28.57%. Both of these players are amazing by their own and they contributed individually. But our MVP here is going to be Nachi with 5 eliminations and 769 damage.
You just saw how he just shredded those members of Alliance to bits on those moving vehicles, and you already know that this guy is definitely not joking around on how sharp he is on these attacks. And for back to what I was initially trying to pull up against, for ASI8 is that they were playing by that corner shore, trying to take control of that port, which majority of all the other team says, hey, this could probably end up by the hillside, but it was a smart calculation coming from ASI8 by doing so because they have that widespread. No matter how these teams want to turn around that region, no teams can actually reach ASI8 where they get that perfect angle to just spray upon everybody else. So majority of this is actually coming in from Nachi with those big damage numbers, but following closely is Satar with those 5 points of kills.
We're going to get a summary of how they move again here, ladies and gentlemen. So looks like for ASI8, he started in the area of Ferry Pier, IQQ. He was around the area of Gaka, looting by himself. And when they saw the circle, it's like, it's not far away. Okay, let's move into the circle. Nobody's going to challenge them because one of the factors is that Vampire Esports, they changed their drop spot to Milta Power, leaving ASI8 to not have any neighbors.
True enough, and you saw they don't really have to worry about anything coming in from the island, so they just get to focus onto either Alter Ego or even the members of Alliance. So they also extended to that reach to also be picking off teams coming in from the North Point. And then you saw they already had this shoreline covered up, so they were fairly confident to eventually move into these areas of play. And when they heard that fight between HORAA Esports as well as TJB, they say, you know what? Let's just full send and claim our chicken dinner.
And with that, they scored 20 points, followed by HORAA Esports 13 points. And those are the only two teams with a double digit. Bigatron Knights, who needs rank points if you have 9 elimination points, putting them up there as the third most collected point team in this round. Whereas on the other end, unfortunately for IHC and DRS, no points for them collected this round. So yeah, I guess it is what it is at the end of the day. But what impressed me is definitely Bigatron Knights here with the 9 eliminations. They could be starting to come back.
Yeah, this is definitely the best time possible as they also will be preparing for those rounds into Miramar. We'll see if they're going to be playing in those groups. But for now, we also see very little troll balls hitting into this round because it's a lot of all those extended fights, whether it's long range or if it's going to be a direct approach of all these close quarter combat. It's all about the DPS. You saw DPS versus Micro Uzi, which came out from the side of Vampire Esports, and then they have big parties going on. It's going to be Fearless to be landing the longest shot in that match. HK Winners unmoved, unchanged at number 1. Still 12 points ahead of 4 Miracle Bots. D-Saber pushes up to the top 3, knocking down Baseline. But ASI, after that chicken dinner, now they are within the top 5.
Wow, one chicken dinner to shoot them up now to top 5. Beautifully done. Alter Ego slowly sliding down there at number 6 right now. And when it comes to page number 2, okay, now the benchmark is going to be BTR. They are just by the borderline. And of course, we are looking for the top 16 at this phase. So the number 16 is the golden number for these teams. And BTR is there. But the points again is still not far. TIANBA is 2 points behind BTR. Vampire Esports is 3 points behind BTR. So it could still swap with a single round.
Yeah, it's such an important finisher coming in from BTR to be within that top 4 ratio. So they now have hopes to eventually make it out of playoffs, although there's still a couple more days to play. Meanwhile, Alliance, first time making it into top 4. They have finally breached into the 20s. Well, they are still above Falcons, but they definitely need a lot more to be done. One good chicken dinner maybe might be the case for them to get out of this situation, but judging from the performance, Alliance really got to figure things out once again. So one more round for tonight before we close off day 2. Sir Cloud, we still haven't really gotten much out of predictions, but we have one more shot at it. So we'll come back after a short break and we'll bring you to our final game of the night.
that is my 2 minutes of food ASMR, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 5. We're now down to our last game of day number 2 in Phase 1. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. And we just saw ASIA Esports scoring their first chicken dinner this season.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I'm pretty sure the fans are super stoked. ASIA, they really worked super hard. But as I was earlier mentioning that they're very oriented onto securing a lot of elimination points. And that round itself, they got the best of both worlds, finally sealing that chicken dinner of their own. So that being said, you can also score yourself some really great deals coming in from Gamivo. Hit over on their website, or you can check out the links in the description or in the chat box somewhere out there. Ask the mobs if there's not. So if you purchase Gamivo UCs, you can even get a coupon code out of COG5, or even better yet, if you go for their smart subscription, it is further discounted. So make sure you check all these great deals in courtesy of our dear UC partners, Gamivo.
Thank you so much to Gamivo for being with us this season, and you guys can be part of the show as well. All you need to do is type out your question, hashtag COG5, hashtag Gamivo, and you could be featured on our live stream. We have had great amazing questions so far since yesterday. Today we have had good questions too, so keep them coming, ladies and gentlemen. We love to read them. And we are also coming into our final match, and we will be playing inside of Miramar.
That's right, one of my favorite maps to watch because of how crazy it could get in terms of those battles, from Los Leones to Picado into all these big regions of play. There's already big fights from stage 1 onwards, and here we have Group B versus Group C. So what could be pretty interesting this time around is that we won't actually see Vampire Esports and THUNDERTALK to be dueling onto that Minas Gerais area. Meaning to say, maybe certain teams will look for that opportunity to take that area for themselves if they've already done their homework coming into the matches that has been played out from yesterday's run.
And we're back here at the desk, the prediction desk. Okay. Yesterday I had all the first starters, so why not? I'll let you have the entire list to pick.
Right now it feels like a chore because I've gotten 0 out of 7. You know, like, it's so tough. But if my gut feeling is telling me anything, it could very well be Boing Donkey. You know, I've been speaking about Boing Donkey for numerous times already, and this is one of their better maps, so I'm going for it.
Okay. Production's going for DRS, their favorite team. Oh no! Why?
Yep, stretch it out. Have you found an idea of what you want to pick one, or do you want me to just throw you names? Could it be Roy? Could it be Stalwart Esports? Could it also be HK Murderers again? T2K? T2K's been doing pretty well.
Okay. Without thinking too much, this name is calling me. Let's lock in Team Secret. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Team Secret. Yeah, I'm surprised, you know. Neither of us from production or casters desk have actually chosen Team Secret. That means they will have to win that fight inside of Los Leones for them to make it out for a chicken dinner. So we'll see. Perhaps that's going to be the case because they did manage to also trade well against the Savior that dropped into the same territory. So I think that they're definitely onto something as well. So you guys back at home or wherever you guys are, go ahead and tell us who you guys think will take the final chicken dinner of the night, as we are going to be getting ourselves that flight path in a moment's time. But of course, I hope all of you have enjoyed all the matches. This being the final game, tomorrow there's still going to be a whole lot more action, so make sure you hit that sub button as well as like the current live stream, because over here in Ruthless Esports, we only bring you the best of teams and the best PUBG Mobile action to offer, whether it's COG5 or even all these Clash scrims. We got all of you guys pretty much sorted with your favorite teams out there, so show them a little bit more love as we are going to be diving into the next map. So I guess we go into the
thick of things, right? Like now we start to see BTR getting a little bit more form. ASI has gotten that chicken dinner. Is there any more surprises that's currently left here to be played out here in playoffs?
Alter Ego with a chicken dinner?
Is that a surprise? They've already gotten 2 yesterday.
It would be, considering like how they've been playing today and also the second half of yesterday. They went missing basically.
Yeah.
Like practically did not exist. Yeah, 5th place, a few eliminations, but practically missing. So if they suddenly come up with a chicken dinner, that's gonna be one, I would say. But Alter Ego is in Group A, so they're not playing anyway. Falcons is not playing, so perhaps Alliance with chicken dinner would be something. But you know what? Those are some of our thoughts. Put in your thoughts in the comment section because we'll be jumping onto the game. Let's go.
I could watch that overview of Miramar all day long, and if I could save it as my screensaver on my PC, even better. Shout out to production yet again for some great job well done, as we are also offered an interesting flight path. We start off from La Adriela, heading into that north point, so hopefully no more water shenanigans as compared to what we saw back in the fourth match of the evening. So we should be playing maybe around the center. If worst comes to worst, it could be leaning either south or even the eastern side, so this could go either ways. But this is going to be a direct drop into El Pozo. Los Leones is a little bit of a stretch, so we will see alternate drop spots for certain teams, like maybe what you just voted for, Team Secret.
Keeping an eye on them. Wonder where would they go with South Flight Path. So far, okay, towards El Pozo, HKM, no challenges there. But, oh, wait a second. Oh, we're already seeing a challenge. It's TJB and IHC. Okay, let's go. Monte Nuevo.
This is a war of 1,000 years between these two squads. IHC have scored it 1-1, if I'm not mistaken, or IFC has, well, for the most part, have gotten the better end of the trades for a majority of the time. TJB find themselves knocked down while it is an equal spread, but the rest of IHC, they take this opportunity to close in the distance. 2-2 eventually will be picked up, but they got to be careful of Demo, who's cutting around these corners. 444, he's just hanging on. Parkouring now is within a close proximity, but the Demo is still around those edges. CC has to also deal with Zyle. Zyle so far has got a target on his back because he's been one of the top performers in this tournament. But I'm believing that there is other teams that has been following closely to the regards of what ISC has been able to accomplish throughout the past day. TJB, it's time for us to see whether if they got more left in the tank to really overcome IC, an absolute demon in the lobby.
And the fight will continue on. Monte Nuevo is somewhat within the circle, so that's going to be some news for them to take their time. IAC reset to pick up Zul, and now IAC will seem to be interested to charge in onto TJB's building. But Ting, nice off angle. Look at Ting's position. If they move to the left building that we can see on screen early on, Ting would have a good clear shot.
Yeah, and this fight is so technical because, once again, playing through all these quarters isn't exactly the simplest of tasks. And you know what's the surprising factor hitting into this round of Miramar is that we have yet to see that first blood. Though it's been trades after trades between these two teams, I was expecting other teams to also fight against each other, but it's not much that we are seeing coming from the other region. So we are locked into these two teams going for that full-on brawl.
bullets are starting to run out, but 444, he still got more than 100 over extra bullets to work with. So he'll stick to that UMP for now. TJB cutting around these edges of these blocks. And if eventually they have to fully commit, TJB with this spread, they might start to lose out with more players of IC swarming into the building where Tingsker as well as 222 is currently at.
Yeah, we got 222 here. Okay, so we have 444 and we have 222. But they don't know the position of Mr. 222. Okay. They're putting focus on the Tingsker instead. But totally understandable since Tingsker is just right in front of them. But they're not committing the big moves. Okay, now they will. Now they will. Here we go. Godless will lead the charge. Tingsker is ready with the UMP. He does have a Scar L on the other hand. And they will show themselves. Shots fired out. 222 is the first one to fall. 222 will be eliminated immediately by Zol. And that's going to be the first blood this round. Tingsker moves to the back room. Zol is pretty low. But Tingsker does not really know. Okay, he fires, but he missed.
Yeah, he landed a couple of initial bullets onto Zio, but he couldn't really clip him off to provide that cover for 222. And now CC has gotten involved, takes out Robot, but Tingsker, he's being very elusive, bounces around, knocks one more player down to the side of IHC. And they're definitely turning the tides around. Godless standing out in the open, not gonna be a clean angle, and oh, dang, he gets him. Zio, he's dangerously low, he has to heal up. Does he only have bandages, or does he have a first aid? Bandages seems to be the case. IHC, they smashed out. EJB, they have finally done it. 4 points in the bag. Almost a full clean wraparound, but they have lost 222 in the process.
And lost 222, but won the fight against the world champions IHC. It's a world power trade if you ask me. It's a great work by TJB. RRQ, Napeko copying shots. Vehicle still functioning. So he's okay. He will move to the back of this building and he'll be fine. Hacienda, the patron. So in the circle with the compound, nothing to complain about.
Yeah, especially around that area of Hacienda, a lot of all these teams will have to make very deep maneuvers. Hacienda being the home ground of DRS is not going to be an easy task to be infiltrated, but, you know, as compared to the scrims that we saw, you know, just about a month ago, DRS had to deal with some of all these battles against another team, which I can't remember whether it was Vampire Esports or somebody else, but it seems like that time DRS couldn't really get the upper hand, but now they are definitely looking to be so much more confident without those kind of challenges. While Picado has been left emptied out, it's going to be T2K that holds over onto the areas of Minas Gerais, and there's plenty of teams that will head towards the direction of T2K later on. So expect to see maybe a little bit more of that fight heading into maybe half a minute or so. But for now, many of these teams are well on their way. Roy Esports, you know, out of these many teams that have surprised me, they are absolutely one of it because, you know, out of these other Vietnamese teams that we talked about, the Savior as well as Team Secret, they're the ones that love to get more involved in all these battles. Roy is the tactical team, I would dare say. But not to say that their firepower is any shabby after all. They are here for a very good reason, and we'll definitely see them maybe making certain impact as they are going to approach the PMGC as well.
Yeah, so that's all in preparation, right? Well, for HKM, not involved, but who knows in the future? I mean, this could be the start of great things. So far, HKM, they're still at #1, and they're above Formidable Vibes. I mean, honestly speaking, if you are not a PMGC team, but in this sort of tournament, you're able to be above like teams like Formidable Vibes, Space Clan, and all the other amazing teams below them. No one would believe, but the reality is that HK Murderers, they're actually doing very well. I wouldn't be surprised if they'll be able to get more chicken dinners.
I certainly agree with you. And overall, that just goes to show the quality of teams coming from Nepal and also, in general, the entire South Asia. If you take a look at that list on your right, you see some good representation. ASI8 in the top 5. You also do have DRS still making the climb, but they're not dropping out of the top 16 at the very least. So, that being said, I'm pretty sure even back in Group A, we've also gotten quite a glimpse of all these big names out there. TTK, they certainly can still climb up, currently positioned in 21. DRX, they're getting chased by HK murderers as the moment we speak of them being the ones meaning serious business throughout the entire course of this playoffs. And for a team that, like you said, not being part of the PMGC or even meeting some of all these big teams for the first time, they are holding their ground. That's the most important part, where we will definitely see a whole lot more of HKM in the future.
And then we're going to see the present, which is the circle. Looks like it's going to be too much high ground. Harami Bros already on top of it. BTR on their way. They want to take the high ground as well. And maybe even Formidable Vice later. And speaking of Formidable Vice and BTR, Formidable Vice, they do have this part of the high ground. They have a good view of BTR's movement. But for them to land the shot, it's not going to be that easy. And they have to let that one go.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ordeal out there. Formidable Vibes put themselves into a decent position right above the hillside of Chimacera. Meanwhile, BTR, they're trying to surf past some of all these areas of the terrain. RQ though spots out that member of Alliance. As Leon drops out of the vehicle. Great tags, and I don't see any other member of Alliance being around the corner, so he might eventually bleed out to death, unfortunately.
That is range eliminated by Mela. And it looks like they want to try to take over this area out of the hands of Harami Bros. They're probably going to charge in anytime soon. 9 Noise is going to be at the forefront together with Ventores. They have reached pretty much the peak of it. And now Harami Bros is a team that's below them.
Harami Bros, they're still trying to trade right back. Yappy hold down to that far corner as they are still trying to hustle through. Few played a lot more games today. Excuse me for that sneeze. And Harami Bros, you know, they've been quietly climbing up the charts. They always go for all these big elimination rounds. Yet to find that chicken dinner, but 44 points is still something astounding coming from the PMCL squad. FaceClan with the upper hand of the high ground now pushes through. It's gonna be Meow Meow coming for the rush. Rick not straight apart, but that is just a decoy. Vivid Torres now getting limited. There is still a flag underway at FaceClan. They will now seek out the entire squad of Harami Bros as they walk away with no points whatsoever to end the night early.
Ooh, and Formidable Vibes is on their way. Dog to be exact, lobster nade across. Nade will not connect. The pickup will happen. And Ventores will be able to save his teammates. Can't say the same for 9 Noise though. Just got eliminated. Circle-wise, let's go. Shifts towards slightly on the south. So we have about 10% of water with the circle. But the fight will continue on. The dog shows in south. Knocked down immediately back by FaceClan.
Clean as a whistle, the rest of Formidable Vibes spots the rest of FaceClan out in the open, and they are confident enough to do exactly the same thing as FaceClan did to the rest of Harami Bros. Another early exit this time as the rest of Formidable Vibes, they will further pounce onto these members of FaceClan. And FaceClan, you know, despite them securing a chicken dinner the day before, they have some really rough trades. They are good for a squad exchange, but once you have a third party coming in, it's very hard to answer back. Formidable Vibes also have to keep the rest of BTR at bay. BTR now charging over on the course of the hill. These teams, they are here to either wrap this night very early or they want the long way route to claim that chicken dinner. And they know this part of the hill is going to be super important for them in the late game stage.
And BTR now making the rotation onto Formidable Vibes. Time for them to follow up at this compound area. Minas Generales do this. And they will take their own house. On the other side, it's still going to be Formidable Vibes. Oh, they managed to get one knock on the Baron. Okay. Sata is going to be the one to get the knock. Now it's time for BTR to rush in. They have the numbers.
Also spots out Refuse. Perfect shot coming from Satar. Spots him through the doorway. So Formidable Vibes so far has been weakened. All down to Apex right now. Only with TBS. How much more damage can you do? Apparently not much. Zuxi as well as Satar, they managed to rush right through. BTR so far regaining their confidence, getting their strength back on track. And, well, My dear fans watching on the stream, I think it's a good time to put your votes onto this, guys, because they are looking super hot.
Yeah, and they're always known to be a team that shows up like on the second half or towards the end. So yeah, I guess if there were to be another round of a vote, I'll probably pick BTR Knights.
Sure enough, and for very, very good reasons. Another team that could potentially show up later on is going to be Team Falcons, although they're not here right now. It's going to be another battle coming in. TJB's favor. Already gotten that 5 points. Also going for the rescue. Only 444 left. This one came pretty closely. But a win's pretty much a win. TJB still has to deal with the rest of Void Donkey, though. They only eliminate a member, and that's not about enough. The timing was a little poor out there to move into the doorways as Razak now goes in for full flush. TJB, they've done just about enough with that 5 points. It's going to be a 13th place finish, so no placement points at all.
And Circle is still on to BTR. Could this be the case? But okay, there's still many teams more to go. The next contender could be DRS as they're moving towards BTR. But what I'm going to be interested to see is that what's going to happen to the teams on the outside the circle, especially on the right side of it. I'm going to see the elimination feed continue to flow right now. Looks like Starwood Esports is dominating with 5.
Starwood Esports, they definitely have a lot of all these great runs inside of this Miramar battle, and now it's going to be IQ to eventually spot out that Lone Ranger of Roy inside of smoke, but they do trade back. So no, that's only good for 1. Roy Esports this time only has those 2 pointers, but so far they have definitely put up an impressive showing. Although they are in the top 12, they have healthy margins to work with, as they're not going to be falling out of the top 16 just yet within the span of a round. But here comes the rest of RRQ Ryu, dropping nades after nades against the rest of ASI8. They heard a little bit of that noise, and it feels like the rest of RRQ, they're not feeling too patient about this. There is enough that they will have to fall through with the revive, and ASI8, they probably might not commit because they're just by the edge of the zone.
And yeah, and the zone, speak about that. You start to put pressure onto RRQ. Look at this, the blues on top of him. Victor will need to move. His buddy left him. Could have been a pickup together, but it's okay. Maybe he has other plans to loot before he moves. That's fine. That's fine. He's still all right. Still needs to get away from the blue. And now we have Alliance as well in the mix. They are by the edge of the circle. So let's see how will Alliance surprise them.
Alliance, they're probably not going to move too far off from all these areas that they've claimed for themselves. But this area could also be breached, which is why BTR, they're holding firm into this area of play. We've seen how many teams battle it out on this spot, starting with HORAA Bros. BTR firmly planted. Well, DRS is also going to be the next challenger. Sleepy has arrived towards that corner, and they are in a really good position to take out Alliance if they were not careful enough.
Shot fired by Alliance onto RRQ. Okay. Still keeping checks on the teams on the outside of the circle. ASI8, they're on the outside of the circle as well. And here comes Jimmy OP to knock down IQQ.
Great spray, and that should be pretty much well secured, especially with the blue zone already closing right in. Stage 4 does just about enough damage. Chama is the one that gets picked off. That is from the hands of BTR at the moment. This RRQ goes in for the rotation. Another great pickup coming in from Toji. Adik Luke. Always a sharpshooter out there. It's going to be Sleepy that actually takes claim against Victor. This time a little unlucky for the rest of ASI. Oh, I see a little bit of flip coming from Chama, while they are also looking for Den Foss. Tags after tags. Not the best of connection coming from Sleepy at the moment. But taking a look at the circle, there is still a tinge of water, which eventually we'll see probably the hillside, but we are still getting this pull into the corner of Valdemar.
Oh, and we have like what, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams at least inside the circle. The rest of them still on the outside. And yes, all the teams on the outside, BTR, DRS, and Alliance. They will need to cancel out each other before getting into the circle. Killer YT knocked down by Ade Look. And we do have BTR. Look at this. They're going for the flank onto Alliance. They could probably surprise them and do DRS a favor.
They absolutely could, and now they're also pushing outwards. Satar is managing to land those killing blow. Now they will have to focus onto the rest of the lines. Now they start to understand there's definitely more than just one team aboard. The same goes down. It's going to be GBOP. While Toji is going to go in for the full rush up against the weakened side of DRS, pulling in the stops, especially with the Molotov to burn them to bits. Come in looking for Sleepy, while Chama is all the way towards the back. This will be a jump shot, but it's not going to connect. Attic Luke, he will salvage whatever he can. Those points here are to be claimed. While the rest of BTR also comes into the mix, they have already taken just about enough time, giving enough room of respect, but they will just run them right under. Chama is the next to fall suit, or should I say it's going to be X. Holding down the line for the side of DRS. BTR as well as DRS. We've seen this a couple of times before. This time, unfortunate for DRS, they were at the back end of the hill. No area play.
And that's going to be teams eliminated back-to-back. Well, HKM, look at this. Okay, playing as a trio. But they are pretty okay here. They're sharing this area together with another team, but yeah, they're not in a hurry to move yet. As for BTR, they're in a hurry to move because Blue is right behind them. Stalwart Esports will stop them from coming in. Nice shot by Fearless.
Perfect stuff from Stalwart Esports so far. 8 points. One of the biggest rounds coming in for the side of Stalwart Esports and now hunting out for Lapar. You know that by the sign of the kill, they could just drop a couple of death fillets and it might just be catching on to the rest of BTR. They immediately go for a knock. Zuxi in a great position. Also spots out Sachir. Just really have to drive all the way around this edge of the hill. And he will make it out alive for now. We'll have to just ditch Fearless. But he's actually not moving too far off. I was surprised because they could actually go a little bit further. And now he has to go in for a commitment up against Zuxi.
And here we go. Zuxi knocked down immediately, but follow-up came in just right on time. But actually it was Claw, Alibi, who did him a favor from the lower ground. Oh, okay. So Claw got that one instead, but that's absolutely fine. BTR can reset as a trio.
He could absolutely live by his alibi right now. Alibi. He's just going to spot out the entire course of the hillside to see if they could actually get a couple of chances against BTR, who has to move deeper into the middle of the field. Look at that spread coming in from Claw Esports. Key mine, he's in a really important spot to gatekeep the rest of BTR, but he's all alone. That is going to be the main problem. You voted for Team Secret. They are still here at play. While DRX, they've been staying pretty quiet alongside with the rest of HK Murderers inside of Valdemar. I wonder how does that conclude? Because a certain portion of Valdemar is not being covered in the next zone. So BTR, now they're also getting pushed. It's going to be Claw Esports is going to rush upwards, but Zuxi does find the catch onto Papoy. The moment Papoy goes down, they immediately draw all the way back. So they know that they have committed a little bit of mistake. They will now open that space for BTR.
And BTR is now on a rampage with 10 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. All right, time for them to get into the circle. And it should be fine. Finally, they have an entry point. And it was so busy for them. Oh, that's what our Boy Donkey. Boy Donkey on the lower ground. Sata on the high ground. Zuxi will be at the forefront. He sees both of them. Dish out the damage. Onto Vexi gets one knocked out. Razak is very low. Down to the last hit. The BTR will clean them all up.
Such a great round for BTR. They just rampage through teams after teams. And up till now, they've only lost one member, but they are fighting as if they have 9 lives. Well, they're definitely no cats, but they are absolutely nimble like one. Climbing up those hills, going down from the hills as well, and still pretty much well protected from the harms of Claw Esports. You see how respectful the members of Claw Esports is as they try to fall back. They understand that that region is pretty much out in the open, and for them to actually get those angles on the low ground, it's not going to be an easy task. Amelia now draws into this direction as we are now approaching stage 6 with only 5 more teams, so still a couple of stages to go. and we have plenty of regions to play.
Well, I guess these two teams will cancel each other. It's just a matter of time since they both have the same objective of moving into the inner side of the circle. Well, for Team Secret on the south, nobody's gonna put attention to them. We might as well just fix our eyes on the claw as they got Gen Force.
Great catch out there. Spots out the back. And the rest of the BTR members, they are a little bit further away. If Gen Force is not careful, some of these Valdemar citizens might be able to actually pick him up. As we see, these health bars are dropping really low. Miramar actually does manage to get that claim, as now there's only 2 members of BTR left. So you can see the confidence is oozing out upon Esports, but it's going to be Alibi being brought down. Zuxi takes on that low ground. Meanwhile, Satar is all alone, trying to deal with all these bouts of grenades, and it does clip onto Satar. The Titans have now fallen, and the Knights, they will have to lick their wounds. The rest of Claw and Esports, they try to descend from the hill, but there is Team Secret lying in wait as they get struck down.
And looks like they're going to go for the save while Team Secret will distract Claw. Oh, Milia, look at his position. Milia, he might surprise break. Oh, Milia. What a position. He's thinking of a flank here against Break. Break now putting all his attention onto BTI. Doesn't know that Milia is there. Okay, he's just right about Milia. Milia still snaking. Milia, right now he's right behind Break. He sees him. Milia will pull the trigger. Spider-Man will claw, and he will. Break fires back. But look at follow up here. Truxie comes in, and just at the nick of time, Drunk will save his teammate, but still Break eliminated by QXZZZZZ.
And it's BTR to survive out of all that scuffle. They definitely have to thank Team Secret for that, because they have drawn out the rest of Claw. I've been impressed by Claw from that performance, but it was unfortunate that they were placed in a very tough spot against Team Secret. Now Subsea has got no idea where exactly this player is, but with that, Nate certainly does now. Still hiding in between these grasses. Zuxi's trying to navigate his way out, and he lost track of him. Cheeky, being so sneaky, and he's gonna get a little bit more. Trading back and forth against Satar. Satar gets the upper hand as he will fend him off. Can Zuxi be rescued? Perhaps that's not gonna be the case. We do have 1 minute. He's gonna go in for a little bit more of a restock before he deals with Trang, but he's lost track of Trang. So it's better that he goes in for the revive right now while he has the time, because these guys coming from DRX as well as HK, they're not budging from Valdemar.
Oh, what a performance by Satar. Will we be able to save Zuxi? Not sure. But looks like the answer is no. SOAS from DRX will be the one to finish him off. And now we're down to only 1 player for BTR. Same goes for Team Secret, that is. But on the other side, DRX and HK Murderers, especially HK Murderers, they're staying out of trouble.
They definitely want to take this one step at a time. HK Murderers, they want to maintain that #1 spot. If they could land that chicken dinner, it'll be great. DRX, they've won from a very similar position before, and now Satar has been spotted out. Zuxi wasn't revived, so he has to deal with this grenade lobbed his way. Dodged it perfectly in the nick of time, while Trang also sucks in a couple of bullets. Gunshots hurt from both HK Murderers as well as DRX, but they could not get anywhere closer into this scenario of 1v1 between both Southeast Asian teams. It's either Indonesia or Vietnam to take the glory here, to move into the top 3 position. Very technical, as you can see. Trang has got a lot more room to actually move up against the rest of, or should I just say, Satar all alone, hiding right behind that buggy. It's barely enough cover, barely enough space. He now brings out the DPS. He might actually have a chance here, trading back and forth, and he's right underneath the vehicle. What a timing on that F4 spray down.
Oh, Satar, Ruthless now with 7 eliminations. This guy's at peak performance. But he's going to face up with the big boss, DRX and HK Murderers, both with 3 players each. Going to be a tall order for him to actually win it against them. But nevertheless, he's already in the circle. So now, he's hoping for these 2 teams to be distracted with each other so they can come in later.
We have still not sorted out this fight between the region of Valdemar. Nate's now being tossed forward back. I don't think it lands onto anything, but he's just making some prior checks just in case if there's any form of alert coming into the corners of the city. HKM, the moment that has been moved up above, DRX is spotting them out. So that is going to be a great angle for So Easy as well as the rest of DRX to work with, but the trades are coming back and forth. 2 members for 1. I'll take DRX trade any day of the week, but it's all down to Pekka right now. HK Murderers relying on this gentleman to eventually lob these perfect grenades up against QXZ as well as Hyunbin. But Satar, he now finds an airdrop for himself. What's in the back? He gets that restock of level 3 gears. But it's going to be tough for them to actually face off against DRX, where even if they're on that lower ground, this could still be very well traded back. But that center of stage 9 is going directly in the middle of the streets, or should I say even by the ridges of the hill.
Satar is just staying out of everything as much as possible. Notsu gets taken out, Pika out as well. Looks like DRX, they're dominating. Now, they have in fact eliminated the Murderers. So it's going to be Satar against DRX 1v3. If we can somehow score this chicken dinner, it's going to be the greatest chicken dinner of our season so far.
He's got the high ground advantage, and all of these members of DRX relying on smoke, so he could slowly single out the target while they don't have those bird's eye vision, but he's slowly losing grip of the ground. The blue zone now closing right in. There's barely enough space. Satar trying to wiggle a little bit of room, still locking onto Hyunbin's position, but the climb is coming right in. So easy as well as QXZ. They're pushing through. There's only one place that they can hide out. The nades are being dodged, and Satar now finds the angles, but it's only relying on that DPS. DRX once again secures a chicken dinner in Miramar.
2 chicken dinners now for DRX, ladies and gentlemen, within the same day as a bonus. And DRX again, chicken dinner. I wonder how far they will be able to jump in terms of the overall charts later on. Can't wait to see the scores once it's tabulated. They played it very safe. They stood out of danger. They know the terrain was hard to navigate. They don't want to be a part of all those fights that they know they couldn't take. They show up later and they score this chicken dinner. And with a total of 7 eliminations.
And that has been another perfect record with majority of their members on board as well. You saw they were just taking their sweet time. They were willing to take that risk playing on that low ground because eventually when that zone shrinks out, you saw there was barely enough space for Satar or even the rest of HK Murderers to play on that high ground. And from that point onwards, DRX know that no matter what happens, they will have to climb down. And even if they don't, with that push put into effect, it's surely for certain that DRX will once again seal another chicken dinner of their own. With this double chicken dinner, I say we are very likely to see DRX in the finals.
I mean, we still have another phase though. Let's not forget about that. But of course, the points will be carried forward, so that's going to be something to tabulate the final score. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to deny the fact that DRX, they not only have a track record as of now, but they also have track records even before this in other Ruthless Hype Esports series. So DRX definitely the team to watch. But speaking about teams to watch, besides DRX, definitely BTR, or more like Satar Esports, Stalwart Esports, and Team Secret.
Yeah, Satar Esports almost sounds like Stalwart Esports when you put these two names together as well. Team Secret done decently, although they were just playing the wraparound from the south side in a very different manner as compared to DRX. I thought Team Secret would have actually gotten a whole lot more points out of that, where they managed to take down Paul and Esports, but not enough to face off against Satar because Satar was playing on another level. We now compare Zuxi to Hyunbin, where damage output is almost similar, but Zuxi has gotten much more done playing on that top side of the hill, where we saw how many battles taking place. There was that battle against Vampire Esports, Harame Bros. How many more names? I think that there was at least 5 teams up there.
Oh man, at some point I lost count. But they're still able to manage it, so it's definitely something there. And of course, hands down, right? If he's not the MVP, I am out of here. Satar, 7 eliminations, 899 damage, 19 utilities used, and an MVP point of 5.43. Without a shout out, definitely Sata. It's because of him that BTR at least got a third place with 7 extra eliminations.
Yeah, and finally he gets to see the limelight here being one of the MVPs out of the list of many. And I'm pretty sure that he matches up to the equation where both him as well as Zuxia has done so much in this round. Just by these two individuals alone, you already have a total of 12 points in the bag. You haven't added the rest of BTR, by the way. Of course, we also have the feature of Suntur as well as QXZ, where they've also have gotten some significant eliminations being done. Damage numbers incomparable to what Suntur has to offer, of course.
Yeah, and that's why in terms of elimination points, they got more than DRX. But we're gonna check out DRX and how they got the chicken dinner. So they started off in the area of ruins, rather far away from the circle, but because there's no one to challenge them on the left side, as they move in, they bump into HKM, but they kind of like ignore each other. It's like, okay, kind of like a truce. Let's continue to move on, and we meet in Baladema.
That is rather interesting that they have been neighbors throughout the whole journey, and they both actually end up in the top 2, as a matter of fact, or top 3, so to speak, for HKM. So that being said, it's been DRX that's one step ahead of HKM the entire time, which is why you see HKM being a little bit more on that reserve. And then you take a look at that hill. There was a fight between DRS, Lions, BTR. Later on, we have RRQ, and then Claw Esports, which have definitely shown some surprises of their own. And they did their best trying to at least put BTR down to size. That they managed to do so until Team Secret arrives. So Team Secret, if they didn't commit to that fight, they could have possibly taken a fight up against DRX.
And towards the final moment, well, it was more of them. You know what? It feels like the like how they got the chicken dinner before. Remember, it was like towards the south side of Lost Learners, and then they played like on the lower ground. They didn't really challenge for the high ground. They stayed away from all the fights, and they let everyone just cancel each other, and then they came in later. It feels like pretty similar sort of playstyle from DRX here, so starting to see a pattern. But because of BTR, they came in with 15 total eliminations. They had more points than DRX.
That's true. With all these big elimination points, they are definitely putting a record of their own at the very least. Probably the highest score that we've seen so far is probably close to 30. Or should I might be pretty much wrong in that stats, but you guys can correct me if that's going to be the case. 17 points, still massive for DRX with that chicken dinner. And at least everybody has gotten a little bit of points for their own in this round. So I'm fairly happy that we'll see big updates into what the leaderboard's going to look like in a moment. Whoa, this could be the longest distance coverage coming from Snake.
Wow.
400.
Yeah, I don't think we have seen a 400 before. So this is very likely to be the longest of them all so far. That is by Snake from RRQ. So that's a record there, ladies and gentlemen. So just remember, 400 is now the number to beat for us to kind of unofficially crown the longest elimination distance.
That's right, and that's all that we do have for the games, but we're waiting for the scores to tabulate, so give the producers a little bit of time. While, of course, today we've seen so many incredible feats from, all these names like B plus Kia. I think like the Korean region so far. These two names definitely have very different type of playstyle. But when we look into MVP titles, Apex has always brought big points back to Core America vibes.
Oh yeah, with 19 eliminations so far, it's currently our MVP. No doubt, no doubt. I mean, for America vibes, they have been a team that is very aggressive, very active. Yesterday was better, but of course today they still maintain a certain level of consistency with in mind, of course, the objective of being just in the top 16, but still they're able to put Apex up here as the current MVP. Now for the other runners for the MVP, we have to have Slayer for HKM. Oh, that too. This for HKM. IQQ from ASID Esports, and we have Hansen.
Himson. Yeah, that's right.
There you go. Yeah, it's kind of stuck in my head, right? Because he is looking handsome there as our number 4, and Baron from 4 Brickle Vibes there too.
And you know, since Alter Ego Ares was basically sleeping off the entirety of they don't even get to see Rosemary on the road to MVP anymore. I'm guessing that he's around number 6, number 7, but that's how much of an impact a day's worth of work could actually hit them by. So 4 rounds being MIA, you completely dropped the ball. So that being said, when we put all these stats all together, Satar is now in the top 3 on that run alone. He's gotten at least half of the eliminations of what he has gotten so far, and damage numbers almost even matching up to Slayer. But Slayer, that's 21 points he's gotten right there.
Wow, okay. Nice. 21, and then we have Apex with 19, and Sata, and then we have Sanche with 15, and Levi's is still up there. Although today hasn't been the best day for D Xavier overall, but we still have Levi's still here among them with 14 eliminations. So who knows, by tomorrow, if he's able to pick up himself, he will be in the running again for the MVP. Now, overall rankings, HK Murderers still at number 1, unshaken, followed by 4 Vertical Vibes, unchanged.
That's a Prosper double 8 at the top, as we do have for MV. They'll do their fair share of maintenance to be able to climb back up against HK Murderers. FaZe Clan surges up ahead with some really good rewards throughout the course of this day to haul, while ASI8, they've absolutely shown up today. Majority of their points, you can tell, are from those eliminations, and that was the massive 20 points of chicken dinner. While BTR, from that good round of Satar, they now move into that first page. So job well done from the Indonesian squad. While we see a lot of all these teams on page 2 to be pushed further down, it's only Team Secret that now makes their way into the top 16. Well, it's still top 16 because they're tied in with DRS at 40 points.
Yeah, and below them is going to be HORAA Esports just by 3 points, and then you have TIANBA by 6 points. So yeah, it's still close enough for them to race. And tomorrow will be the final race before we head on to our bonus map, which is Vikendi. So it's going to be their last sprint. But on page number 3, so to be fair, Falcons, they did not play the last game, so their points did not change. But it doesn't help that whether you're 11 points or 16 points, there's still a lot of work to do for not only Falcons but also Alliance.
True enough, and T2K, at least they are at a very healthy region, whereas Falcons Alliance, is it a little bit out of reach within the span of 4 rounds? Only time will tell. So make sure you guys hit that sub button as well as like our live stream at the moment to get yourself the update on what time it starts for tomorrow, wherever you guys are from. So that is all that we do have for tonight. Tomorrow is going to be an epic battle to wrap up phase 1. And then we will take a day's worth of break before we move into phase 2. So tomorrow, what's exciting is that we will get a little bit of that action inside of Vikendi. So that is going to be that interesting battle for the teams to witness.
Yeah, definitely don't miss out on Vikendi tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long time since we see Vikendi in a competitive match, and tomorrow we'll surely see it. It's just a matter of who will be in it. Everything will be answered by tomorrow. But for today, we're going to wrap things up. My name is Circla, together with Contra. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for leaving the comments. Hope for more comments again tomorrow. And that's all for tonight. See you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. Good night.